We are live. Sort of. We're sort of live. We're
Yo,
up and running. Are we good? Whoops. What the heck?
hello from Soto, Florida.
Is it? We good? Whoops. We're good. What the heck? There's my volume check. Okay. Hello and welcome to the wonderful tropics of the islands of Florida. Florida damn near is an island. So welcome and hello. I'm going to get this show started with something I posted in my community page, whatever that is, community page, YouTube community page on the channel. I found it on Facebook. Yes, I'm on Facebook. Horrible thing. And just in general, horrible things that happen in alternative history, or social media accounts, really. So I'm going to jump right into presenting. Yeah, I do have it up. Some photos from an article that I shared about Mackinac Island in Michigan. This caught my attention because my aunt shared the article. And as I was reading the article, I was just baffled and dumbfounded. And I was paying more attention to, make that bigger, really big, to the diagram map presentation. Like, this all looked legit from like 1915. And you just heard me say it all looked legit. I'm looking at it. I'm like, how in the what? Because we have seen so many pamphlets, maps, and diagrams in a museum, online, wherever, even at the library. And sometimes I pick up something, especially some maps, that just feel like they're a prop for like an amusement park, but it's historic for some reason. Maybe the park was historic, but things that aren't properly labeled, and you can find yourself looking at something going, I can't believe this is an anomaly. This is absolutely an incredible anomaly, right? Is this an anomaly that they're calling it an anchor mooring breaks free and the island shifts 6 feet? Officials said that one of the 4 anchor moorings that kept Mackinac Island in place was severed sometime late last fall. The moorings, it is a real anchor system, what is called the moorings, which were installed around 1910, are tethered to the bedrock and are in place to keep the island from further shifting in a northern trajectory. It just goes on from there, and I'm sitting like, what the hell am I looking at? I'm sitting there going, what am I reading? What am I looking at? My aunt shared this, and she shares historic things from time to time about Michigan mostly, but even in her travels. And I'm reading the whole article, and nothing actually stood out to say that somehow, even when I screenshot this so I could look at it better, going through all the aspects of what am I looking at? Is this a real thing? Because if you do any deep dive research, I'll call it, into something, you know that there are anomalies, phenomenons, conundrums, catawampus type things that you will see, read, and all of your senses of touch, even smell, because libraries are funky sometimes, What you're seeing, what you're feeling with your hands, you're holding it, you're looking at it, you're trying to process. Is this a legit piece of information? Well, according to this fellow, it was an April Fool's Day joke on his Mackinac Island News and Views. I don't pay attention to all the holidays, especially I know April Fools, it comes and goes. I don't really partake in it or see it or whatever. It's just another day to me. But to say that's what a lot of people are busy with their day and things come and go, and then you come across an article that was technically published like this, and nowhere in the original piece that this guy Jason put out said, like at the very bottom, April Fools or The Onion. Most of the time, it's in the same article, even if it's small fine print. Just say pull on your leg, gotcha. Something would it was a completely separate article saying thanks for all the comments and laughs. This year's joke, got a lot of attention and comments over 1.2 million times. It got a lot of attention. While the idea was mine, said Jason, the graphics were once again developed by Roger, somebody, who runs things over at the Doc Porter Group. The detail in the map and anchor graphics darn near had me believing it. This is like the next day that this article, 4 days ago, the 1st of April, went out with this graphics as like a legit thing. And I even copied a comment underneath this post that's on Facebook to share it. And I said, it's not mine, but it's a comment made from Facebook to say this person was sharing the story of how they moved Mackinac Island. I'm going to use my hand. Right? Can you see my hand?
Yeah.
From over here on the I'm holding my hand backward. On the west coast, they moved it up. They moved up and over to the other side, like of the bridge. Like, woo! I'm sitting there going, I have heard some funky donkey stories about Michigan. I was born and raised there. Stuff comes up. My parents or their parents, grandparents, talk about things that once happened and it was a crazy time and this, that, and the other thing. So honestly, like this story stood out as some of those fishtail stories. You just had to be there to see it. Even the guy's comment about how they moved it from the West Coast, practically by Chicago, but not, 80 miles, whatever, all the way up to the Mackinac point of the hand. I'm just there going like, I wouldn't doubt it. But the guy's article from one day is saying like it's legit because, well, he runs this Mackinac Island News and Views. And unless you're a follower and you're paying attention to what day it is, you're going to pick up on April Fool's Day. The next day, he says, of course, it wasn't April Fool's. I'm like, you're supposed to put that in the same article published because kind of like back in the, what was it, the 30s with the radio broadcasting the shows at a certain time, and if you didn't catch the disclaimer, you had a War of the Worlds kind of phenomenon, catastrophe going on. To say this is what happens in the research community. We get taken advantage of. People put out jokes to be funny, But it also takes advantage of how we actually look at things. As I'm sitting here going, holy crap, what is this anchor morning system to like lock down an island? I wouldn't put it past the Army Corps of Engineers to be able to do shit like that. They do a lot of shit. There's a lot of engineering phenomenons around here. So I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
he's calling it an April Fool's joke. But then again, maybe it's actually a real thing, but they cover it up by saying yes, no, maybe so. So just wanted to bring that up and point it out. I'm just sitting here going like, oh damn, that really, really sucks on so many levels of reading articles, looking at photographs, whether it's digital or even in the library. Because, like I said, when I pick up some of those maps or brochures, they feel like a prop. It doesn't feel like it's from even 150 years ago. Even if it says it's a reenactment or a copy or something like that, I'm sitting here going, there's something going on here. There's something more to it. What what would have just not enough coffee. That was just like
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it is they are real. The anchor mooring systems, it is a real thing. And most of the intel is actually factual. Now, the ironic
it's
thing
from
is
different compartments of
most of
looking
the
into stuff.
anchor mooring system technology is for boats. That's what it's mostly used for.
A dock
But
or a boat.
but who's to say that you can't use that system, expand on it and actually try to anchor down
Right.
a freaking island so it doesn't move?
Yeah.
I mean,
I want
it's
to
really
play.
not too far-fetched.
I'm going to play
So,
a short clip
but still crazy.
of how simple mind games can happen when it's not a big deal to other things that will start to pop up in your head that are a big deal. But here's one that's not a big deal, but this is how our world works.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
How would they know? How would they know? How would they know? I can't. I can't. Oh my god.
Now here's a funny one.
Nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
How would they know? How would they know?
If anybody has a cat, know how cats are. And some dogs. Some dogs are like, I'm not moving, you can't see me. Steal your cheeseburger. So, yeah, I thought it was funny knowing and not knowing to be caught off guard, but still kind of looking into it because I was like, okay, this is so shocking. Let me put it on my community page and see if anybody knows anything about it, even if it's like, I hate to bring it up, but even everybody keeps talking about how John Levy fell for those photographs. And I'm like, well, if they're not properly labeled, people are going to fall for it. If it happened to one, it's happened to many. That's why the guy said he had over 1 million hits on his article because everybody was like, wait, what? I know it's April Fool's if you're paying attention, but this guy runs this, online Facebook, Mackinac Island news and whatnot. So it's kind of like a serious thing, but it's not. So how do you know until he says otherwise? Because he's the one that published it. So here we go with the whole back and forth thing. Even if you're boots on the ground, going to the library, there's still percentage or some aspect where I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. So, anyways, that was the. I guess it's scroll. I just realized after I'm saying it like that. Where'd it go? Did I get rid of it? No, that was the beginning.
Bazinga. 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 Bazinga.
So isn't that what it feels like? Bazinga. Doesn't it just feel like a freaking bazinga? Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. So I did that the whole time. So now we're going to roll the actual intro, something to think about, and then we're going to share a lot of boots on the ground information
Yes.
at Fort DeSoto, Florida, which appears to be the Star Fort. Question everything.
This
Yes,
this
no,
is
yes,
gonna
no.
be a good one. You're
Maybe so.
definitely gonna want to hang around. We got some great stuff for you guys
Bazinga.
coming up.
We'll see you in a few minutes. Are you playing it? Hello and good day and welcome back to one of our earliest shows I think we've ever done in quite some time. I wanted to look at the chat. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. I'm already needing more coffee. Edna Bell says, how long have they actually had this AI technology? When I started looking down those rabbit holes back in 2013, there was something that I found that made a connection to looking into technology and government departments of sorts. We'll call it FLARPA. When they show you what they're doing, it's 10 times worse. It's 10 times, if not 100 times more advanced than what they show you what they're doing. Because somebody pointed out that when science fiction movies become reality, as in you can go out and buy Oculus and literally live and walk around a virtual world, it's more advanced as to what we get to play around with and then what they actually get to play around with. So when I heard somebody make that comment years ago, I had to let it marinate. and it's been around a long time. So, and funny enough, we were listening to one on one, and they were talking a little bit about the AI and alchemy today, and it definitely plays into, as I call it, manipulation of elements. Excuse me, the guacamole's talking back. Manipulation of elements, and there's a fly. When you think about alchemy, they talk about sorcery, witchcraft, stuff like that, making soup or stew. It's very similar. There's different areas of it. They put it in kid movies because I made a comment that there's a Tinkerbell movie that talks about alchemy. Tinkerbell, her friend, um, mixing and changing things up, blending things, manipulating the elements to a certain degree. It's the same thing when I look at the phone. They call it the scrying mirror, the black mirror. Inside of it is the elements that are harvested out of the earth and manipulated to produce some kind of function. But the basic statement I had heard about alchemy was trying to turn lead into gold, but it's to, accelerate past that with the Sorcerer's Stone reference and all that fun stuff. There is a movie about the radio, what I mentioned before with I think it was the War of the Worlds. They did the disclaimer beforehand, but it was before the 8 o'clock hour. Like, it's missing that minute to 20 seconds of, just so you know, this isn't real. It's a reading. A lot of people didn't hear it. 8 o'clock. They turned on all their radios, and you have the Twilight Zone. Because there's an episode in the Twilight Zone called Maple Street, something like that. Maple Street. It's very similar idea to that, causing chaos and mayhem, basically. Was there? Yes, or Orson Welles, the actor, was the guy on the radio. I always mix up the name with the who wrote the story and who was the actor, but yeah. Oh, we also have. Wait, probably, yeah. Joe Cool and I have been a little busy, having fun, making some shorts, and I figured, I forgot to say it to you though, we should just throw out all of the shout outs. Did you make that one? Did you make it?
Berserker Bear in the house.
Did you make the video for him though?
Oh, yes, I did. He
Okay.
saw it.
Well, wait. No, we were supposed to put it on here.
Oh, well, he saw it.
Oh my gosh. But he got it. He saw it. Okay, I figure we should put it on here. So, Edna Bell, are you listening? This one's for you. That was for you. We couldn't help ourselves. We're like, let's try and create as many shout out videos as we can, I guess, and see if they're good enough to play on names, or if there's something about knowing some of the viewers going. I was like, that was kind of fun. I like shout outs. And then, the one where you sent it to. Can you pull it up? Can you share it? Because it is funny. Because it's an inside joke sometimes. Like that one we've had for a while. And hopefully she shows up and we can play it for her. Oh, yay! Joe Saker, I got one for you. You ready? You ready?
Uh-oh.
Now, hopefully, we get flagged for that. It's the Bubble Guppies singing an Australia song, but I had to mute them because I know it's probably copywritten with an old '90s fun song where it looks like everybody's having fun down under, and I'm like, that's for True Seeker and all the Aussies. That's what we had fun with in the last week when well, we had no. Well, we had a lot of research to do, but we get kind of like frustrated and we hit a wall. We're like, "Hey, I have a great idea. Let's do something else." And I'm like, "Yeah, we'll have all these little shout out videos, and then probably eventually that'll be our entire show. It's just to shout everybody out, give them a shout out. We made a personal video with a dance song or something to it." I'm like, it brings a smile to my face. So I'm hoping everybody else enjoys them as well. Now, I'm sorry to say this, but the best one is for Drew Duncan. And there's nothing I can say. It goes, I hope Drew cut, like, what is.
Yeah.
I sent him a warning, but I don't know if he got it. I was just saying, I sent him the original link to this
Oh,
video.
Emilio just got here.
Early day show. Oh yeah, we just did. Well, we can do it again. We just did your shout out. We're doing some shout outs right now.
Yeah, we made a
Drew
couple.
Duncan, but Drew Duncan. Honestly, I can't believe I found this damn commercial. And then Joe Cool was able to splice it differently, so hopefully, it's obviously it should be fine. It should be fine. It's not product placement or anything, but it should be fine. But it's freaking hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna push. I'm gonna do it.
Just yeah.
Are you ready? You're not ready. Buckle up.
What's my name? It's Dunk. Say hello to my chocolate blend.
Don't mind if I do.
Dunka 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 dunka
Dunkachina.
I'll give y'all a minute. Ooh, I'll give y'all a minute.
Oh my goodness.
I can't wait. Like, I can't wait for like Drew. That was for you, man.
That one's for Drew.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this other one, it's 6 seconds. We watch Jay Dreamers, and he can pronounce some really authentic names sometimes, but sometimes they're still just. It's funny when you hear it. So, I made this one.
Ow, mau, mau.
That's what went through my head when I heard Jay say this name, and then I'm sitting there singing the Oak Ridge Boys song, going papa, mau, mau. It's Elvira. No. I'm just like, I grew up listening to a lot of different music, thanks to my dad. And so I would get these songs in my head if I heard something that was similar to it. So that was pretty much one of the best. They're all really, really good. Especially nope, I don't have a favorite.
Oh,
They're all really good
hold
and
on.
funny in their own way.
Here we go. I got it.
You got it?
Data acquired. Data assessed.
I say it's an inside joke between Berserker Bear and Joe Cool because I had no idea what was going on, and I'm just like, okay, let me film it, babe, and then we'll send it to Dustin because the booth, it's a data booth at Fort DeSoto. Funny enough. Okay.
Data acquired. Data assessed.
We're having fun. It was good.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
Are you ready to move on? I think I
Yes.
need a minute.
We do have some amazing research though for everybody. We really do. which I will give a quick link, if you will. Some of what we're going to discuss when it comes to Roosevelt and the Rough Riders has to do with the tunnel research
The flag shows up over my
that that we're going to be discussing next Wednesday, and that's obviously one, if you don't know, we've been working extremely hard on for a long, long time to bring you guys the best research for tunnels in Ybor City. So next week is going to be amazing. This one's going to be awesome too. But there, Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders. There is a link there. So
we're gonna have to make
that'll
a
be good.
DMX Rough Riders reference.
Oh, we might need to.
Yeah, because that's just how things roll in our head. So the photos behind each of us is from at different times. We went to Fort DeSoto. Fort DeSoto has a dog, but pet, mostly dog, beach area. And we literally walked to the point of you can't go past here with your pets. Sat at the sign because there was nobody else around us. There was just way too many other people and their dogs closer to where the fishing pier and the parking lot. And I'm like, well, it's not too bad of a walk. And then behind Joe Cool is the ruins of one of the, I'm going to say batteries, which means they had a gun on it. Pow, pow. Pow, pow. You can carefully swim around it, and you'll see me walking around it in the water up to my waist. And it's pretty cool because until I went on to Google Maps, I didn't really know it was there. And I'm like, we have to go back. We have to go back. What is that from Back to the Future? Is that when Marty says, or somebody said, we have to go back? Figure it out. Yes, we have to go back. I know. Yeah, it's invisible. It's invisible line. Because there's so many you can tell at one. Because down here, if you see my, do you see my mouse? You don't see my mouse.
No.
Okay. The bottom corner of the sign. What is it? The right bottom corner, right there. Yep, right there where my finger is. The tip of my finger is the point of Fort DeSoto and the area we're going to show you. That's kind of why I chose this picture. But yes, the sign was funny too. But not the ruins. It's another part of it. It's actually a pretty damn big place. Oh my gosh, Indiana. We had a what? A 3.1? What's a 3.1? Earthquake?
Oh, like an earthquake?
I'm from Michigan. I've heard about those. We get something once in a while, but I've never felt them. So I gotta gather my thoughts here. Share screen, entire thing. I don't need any audio yet. Let's go to the map real quick, and I'll show you Fort DeSoto. Fort Hernandez, I think, DeSoto. In the beach. This is the mouth of the Tampa Bay Inlet. I would say inlet. Pretty much an inlet. Right next to the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Everybody just calls it Skyway. It's a pretty cool bridge. So this is where we went. The fort. Spin for me. The fort that's still there, the part of it that's still there, is this area. Can you see my mouse?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you can see my mouse on this. Okay.
Yeah.
The ruins behind Joe Cool's head is over here. That's not it, but it's in this area. The area where we walk, well, I'll show you in some videos and photos. The area where we're walking is over here. And we were there at high tide, so it did not look this obvious. Sorry if that makes anybody else's head go wonky. It made mine go wonky. This actually looks different from where we were walking. They do like to move things around just a smidge, and or, waves, high tide, low tide, ebb and flow of just shifting sands. Down here, a smidge, the graphics change, but here is the dog park, beach dog park, to where my photo is. Somewhere in here with the sign, probably right here. So there is that. This is a old photo. I almost said photo. Map. When I zoomed in towards Florida and Tampa, I was like, damn, that's a big island. That's interesting. And I was like, I hadn't seen this one before. So this says 1717, apparently. I was like, huh, I have not made a video or seen this map before. Very interesting that Tampa is an island, I guess.
Yeah, that's not even connected.
So maybe they're going to do some sea dredging and connect it later on, or a hurricane's coming and just going to reshape the whole thing. So always a fun time around here because you never know what's going to happen. So even if you go to a search engine like Google and you type in historic photos, Fort DeSoto, Florida, it will take you to, I go to images. Most of the time it'll take you to a photograph and where that photograph is linked to, whether it's a university, a state, or a county. Generally speaking, a semi-legitimate place, because apparently anybody can lie about everything, as in the article I shared at the beginning of this stream was just, yeah, question everything, but maybe so. Maybe so. It's an island on the Gulf Coast, and some of this is just not believable. It's just not believable enough. All right, let me go to, let's see how this works. Need to expand that. This is our 2013 trip to Florida. Is it not showing?
No, you're good.
Am I? Okay, there it goes. I want to make sure. When the kids were really, really tiny. Now, these are probably going to show up really, really, really small because it's from 2013. And is that really grainy?
No, that's actually pretty clear.
Really?
Really clear, actually.
Okay, this is the data booth. Most of these pictures, the way they were saved from so long ago. And or I saved them off your Facebook page because we had lost one of our camera chips a long time ago. So that's our son when he was almost 2. Standing in one of the entryways that echoes acoustically. Here's both the kids because we just act like they're in prison, right? Hanging, climbing on anything at any given time. It's always fun. This is the Skyway Bridge. It's really grainy on my end, but you can see Fort DeSoto Island. It's a mullet key from the bridge. That's a fishing pier. I'm skimming. Okay. Inside Fort DeSoto. Actually, it was closed this time. Okay, we went back for a third time because we had to walk around the other side of the ruins. One of the rooms was closed where they have all these photos. pictures, drawings, diagrams, whatever, framed and hanging on the wall. Palm trees and beaches, and wow, sorry, it's glitching. Here's one. That's a reenactment photograph. Um,
Yeah, you can zoom in on that, and it's crystal clear on this end.
what?
Yeah,
That's crystal clear?
pretty much.
It's all pixelated on my end. Okay,
It's
it's
not
gonna.
bad on
Every
mine.
time I click forward, it like glitches because it pops in and out. So this is Fort Dade on Egmont Key. Apparently, I'm gonna call it a sketch or something. Is that coming out clear?
Yeah.
And this hangs in on the wall in one of the rooms at Fort de Soto. One of the rooms is a display room, very simple, small display, and very echoey. Your shoes, your whispering, everything pretty much echoes. Does that come out good? How's that one?
Yeah, they're not bad.
Okay. So that's our daughter. She's almost 4 at this time, and I'm just bringing that up because the size difference of growth, is sometimes funny to see. Here is an average person between 5'5" and 5'9" walking through to see how big or small something is. This is a really good photo depiction of what they say would happen. Now, they said there was never any. I forget how they worded it. There was never any like firing of the cannons for actual battle. Just practice, apparently. They worded it differently, but doesn't it look good? Believable? Yeah, it's just so believable when you have to like aim without looking. If that is that picture coming out okay?
Yeah.
They're so tiny, and I have to scroll.
Yeah, they're.
I don't want to scroll like too much. I'm like, it's so pixelated. So this is. Let me try that one. Just some of the diagram displays of the cannon fire, I guess you could call it. Sitting there looking all chilled. So this is what I call the 2013 trip that we had. This one is from July. It was like 6-7 months ago. Maybe I'll just go backwards. Oh, that's a video. Couldn't hear that, could you? I have to switch that over. Oh, I didn't click the audio button. Let's see. This one, right? Okay. Can you hear it?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, we're kind of singing and goofing off because it resonates, it echoes, it acoustics. You can't keep a secret here, that's for sure. With the buggies. With the buggies.
Even facing outward, it catches your voice and it carries.
There's a small room.
Yeah, I'm just saying how your voice gets caught and it carries through. It's not very smart design for a military base.
No, it's not.
Anywhere you stand, that small room sounds like standing in this big area. But even as you walk out here and you stand.
Yeah, if you face The grass, your voice still catches back into the room that's behind you.
Here, and you face away. Yes. To be,
So one of the
immature again.
one of the funnest things to do is to sing like Elsa or her mom's spirit voice in from Frozen 2.
Wow.
What are you talking about? 24/7 right there, immaturity. This
I
one,
have no idea what
this
we're
one
talking
echo?
about.
Yes, it does. They all have the same harmonizing tune. I don't really know the
I don't know,
verbiage. So
right?
it's a little small gel felt, apparently. I just say, what does that say? Relic?
It's like a holding cell to
But
me.
that's the question. Where have the trees gone? Apparently, you blasted them away. You guys, I'm just because we're all
When
done
the
with this.
when the heat gets to you, that's the funny shit. When the heat gets to you, you start just like there's no filter or something. Yeah, when the heat gets to you. Not sure what's behind those locked doors. I will say, you can walk back there and around. Some of them are like a U shaped. You can just walk in and out, like come out the other end. Some of them are a dead end to a square window through like a wall. I will say, as I approach these like doorways, I get the most uncomfortable feeling looking into there, going like, oh, can I? You can walk, but I never walk back there. I get so uncomfortable, like the energy of feeling that I'm just like, I'm good. I'm not. It's daylight. There's so much light, and I'm still like, I'm not walking back there.
You walk back around to the other side.
Yeah, you can walk back around to the other side, but I don't.
Be all the way in there.
It creeps me out. It creeps me out.
Out here.
So yes, the Fort de Soto batteries and military post.
And it'll catch your voice.
Catch the voice.
Echo!
There they are.
They just want to take down their own wall, don't they?
Blast the cannons.
So, at least 4.
Yes, there's 4 in each section.
So. They're there.
Now, mind you, this vegetation isn't that high and thick if you look at the historic photos, but there's still a mound of fort and earth. So I showed the picture a little bit. I think I show one again. You are shooting blind. Is that how you say it? Somehow, back in the day, right, for what this was built for, when it was built for, Civil War and or other reasons, it's camouflaged. It's behind, but it's not where you can like blast some cannons or whatever and actually know where you're aiming. It's almost like guesswork. That's a diagram, just walking around, kind of just like, I thought we had, do I have the wrong folder? No, this is it. We do go up on the top side. Where does that start? Does it start here?
I'll just start here with the backside of the gift store.
The backside of water. I'm just going to mute that because I just hear myself talking twice, and that's really weird. So there's a gift shop, really good gift shop. I mean, decked to the nine with, you almost can't walk through this place. There's so much in this gift shop. just some rentals. It's very accessible. A very accessible place, very family friendly for vacation and the beach. There's different areas along the beach to say, I don't like North Beach. I like the South Beach part, not by the dog park, but pretty much by the fort. When we were at the North Beach, it's actually it was just nasty 2 different times that we went. I was like, I'm good. I don't want any of that. So, whoops, I cut it right there. Next video to show us walking
Hey,
up.
Shetty.
Well, hey there. Walking up the temple stairs, right? If only to be a kid again, because she ran right up them. No, the humidity will get you. And it will slow you down like there's an elephant sitting on you. Even if you're acclimating, I took my time going up these steps. The humidity, even just a little bit of altitude, hits you sideways sometimes. It's heavy. There's a nice breeze, but it's full sun. Whew. Yeah, I don't know how they built any of this stuff back in the day to say if the weather was more mild, I doubt it. But look at that view. Yeah, I'd want to protect it too. Nobody's coming on my island. This is my island. Because this is actually on an island. This is my island. It's mine, I tell you. It's mine. This is the Gulf of Mexico. Those are vents for most of the rooms that we can't go into because they're locked.
Oh,
And
JJ.
yeah,
Do you notice a difference between the clouds in Michigan and the clouds down here? Like, or do they
yeah.
seem closer, further? Like, is there a difference?
Well, I mean, they're white and fluffy here and there, but much like
I
the
don't know.
moon. No, there's the moon phenomenon. The moon is different from Michigan to Florida. The angle of the phases are completely different. And the clouds are actually lower down here. When up in Michigan, they seem further away, higher up, further away, no matter what's the lowest cloud formation, not fog, not talking about fog, but the lowest cloud formation of fluffy clouds that's floating above your head pretty much. It still seems really, really high up. Down here in Michigan, there's something that seems like traveling through quantum realms. I don't know, because it was funny watching Doctor Strange Multi-Universe and thinking about things even traveling from one state to another and the invisible lines of a state. I've been paying attention to the sky for like 5 years, taking pictures of it. My mental notes mostly, because we lived in like southeast, is it southeastern Michigan, like near Detroit. Then we moved up to northern Michigan, just south of the bridge. We went to the UP, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. We call it the UP, or twice before we end up moving to Florida. We saw the night sky is different when you can see all of the stars. At the furthest point in Michigan that we can go, we call it the ear of the rabbit. We stayed in Houghton. I think that was the furthest city that we stayed at. North, we traveled, but then we came back to the hotel because there's not a lot of hotels up there. And I didn't feel like camping in the middle of the woods when it was freezing cold. The times that we went. The night sky with all of the stars visible and there's no pollution. Look, comparing it to Florida. It's further away. In Michigan, the night sky is further away. Uh, there you can see more stars, but it's further away because of, I would say, light pollution. But being down in Florida, it's really weird to see the Big Dipper in Michigan and then see the Big Dipper in Florida, and the Big Dipper is bigger. Yeah, it's bigger. I can see Cassiopeia in Michigan and Orion in Michigan. I can see it down here in Florida, and they're bigger, like stretched out bigger. Um, that was very like, and I could see it better as I want to call it the clock, the celestial clock is changing every time I go outside. Most of the time in Florida, you have clear skies during the day and at night, so you can actually watch and pay attention to everything a hell of a lot better than when we were in Michigan, 9 months out of the year. Most of the time, it is so cloudy, and I don't mean the plain clouds. I just mean clouds overall, any kind of clouds. Most of the time, it's so cloudy up there, you can't even see a decent sunrise or sunset or moonrise. Not even like once a week. The last 5 years of being in Michigan, we've been down to Florida for almost a year and a half. So, um, yeah, it's crazy when I think about how different it is. I can't wrap my head around it. But because I do know what I've seen, I think I still have a lot of the pictures. But even some of the pictures, you can rotate pictures on a computer. So when I'm standing there, I want to take a video and I want to show the horizon and the landscape of water or a city. And then I move the camera up and I'm looking at the sun or the moon. And I'm sitting here going, especially the moon, the phase angle of the moon in Michigan. I'll call it the banana when it's a crescent or a thumb. What do you call it? A thumbnail? I'll call it the banana. Whether it's left or right, doesn't matter. You don't get the banana in Florida. You get the Chester cat smile when it rises. It went from hello phone call banana to the Chester cat smile. That is a 90-degree angle shift completely altogether. I saw it one way, then I see it another. The clouds are lower. I go, there's just traveling from Michigan to Florida, we would say 1,300 miles, roughly, from where we
Yeah.
were to from A to B and what we were doing. I'm just there going, we stayed in Dry Ridge, Kentucky, which was a mountainy area. And you could tell, like, the mountains, and you're close to the clouds and kind of the stars, but there's still a lot of light pollution. Like, I'll still compare it to Michigan, I guess, but to come all the way down to Florida and to see how different everything looks and how I'm just like, yeah, I still can't wrap my head around it, let alone talk about it going a year and a half later almost. I'm still like looking at a moonrise going, we get the Chester cat smile. We don't get the banana boat smile. So that's that rambling on kind of stuff.
What else do we got?
Well, we're standing at the top of the fort. This is one of the, I guess, there would be a set of stairs back here, and I think this is either a lookout. It looks too small to be where you would place any kind of gun or cannon gun or whatever. That was the end of that video because we are walking across the top of the fort, which is, I want to say, recently done in the last couple of years. Because when we were there in 2013, that's the Skyway Bridge. When we were there in 2013, I don't remember the set of stairs or the ramp because 2013 we had a stroller. You know, if I'm going to go up, climb something, I'm taking the ramp with the stroller. I'm not taking the stairs. But those are vents. I have no idea to the rooms that they're locked into. They're smile. It's such a wonderful view. Smile as we rotate and we rotate and we rotate. And again, like this was back in July. I have no idea too much of what to look for, what I'm walking on, what we're looking at, like what's going on. I just happened to take a lot of footage, usually for family memory catalog. Just taking a lot of footage and looking at the place. This is last July. So when we went back a few days ago, I'm being a lot more thorough and trying to look at it differently every time. Like, not much has changed for the fort itself, but the layout kind of around, because it's a state park, a national park or a state park, they change stuff all the time. Whether there's a budget or not, honestly. That's the old set of stairs I think you could take to get up there to one of those platforms and walk around.
Yeah, they got that blocked off.
Everything gets blocked off. National Registry. Let's see. The Fort de Soto batteries of 1898 has been placed on the National Registry of Historic Places. Woohoo! Looks like we made it. Just the room. Yeah, they walked back there. They were brave. I wasn't. I was scared shitless. Something creeps me out about this place. That is a window that, see, there you go. So this hallway room goes back and then hooks around and there's a square window opening. No idea why. There's no placard to explain anything. Everything just looks like a storage room. I didn't even like walking up to the window with them in the back room. I'm just like, eee. There's one of the vents. And everything just echoes and resonates. Let's see if I can hear ourselves. Wouldn't that just creep you out? Wouldn't that like make a good it's a Halloween display, kind of like there's a lot of sound going on. So they went in this way and come around. Oh, there's another hole back there. And that is mostly Joe Cool making all the vocal sounds, being funny.
There's a step there.
Yeah, it's like an inch and a half. It's an inch and a half.
I'm tripping up.
What is over there? Flat holes. I covered it. Plants are growing on it.
Yeah, and you would have to think all those noises are just going up through the vents. So if you want to imagine back in the day, a bunch of soldiers or whatever being in there or walking around or what have you, that is all gonna echo and go right up through the vents and everywhere. There's just something weird about it.
It's very interesting how something designed for war and defense is more like for music class. It is. It's very well harmonized,
Acoustic.
attuned, and attuned like for music class.
Right? These forts were for music class. It makes more sense that way. Like, oh man. All right. Oop, I want the other one. I want to do the photos first. Somebody dinged.
That
Who
was not me.
did I ding?
I
Did
didn't.
I ding? I
I
guess yeah. I got a message.
I'm sure it's something really important.
Absolutely. So important for my folks. Okay. Photos. We are at North Beach. It's that. It's pretty. I thought I was gonna like mention we were there last summer in July. These posts with the twiny rope, they were not there. This is to keep you off the grass, off of the protected shrubbery. I will say we were there last July on North Beach. There was more grass, shrubbery than what is there. Whether you want to say, they could say it was the hurricane, it was the storm, there was erosion, the wind, water. It's a guy in a dump truck, the front loader, whatever. This whole area of sand, and not just this area, to the left and the right and up and just, yeah, side to side. It's completely different from last summer. So we were able to go to the museum. There's a little bitty museum, the size of a single mobile modular home, basically. They recently renovated it because it smells of fresh lumber. I think it's been there a while, but they renovated it. So I have no idea what it looked like before because I had no idea that it was even there. Things get overlooked so easily going to a fort, plus also having a young family. So, Joe Cool has requested to read any all things displayed.
Absolutely. Yes,
So
indeed.
have fun.
Because as we were walking around reading the narratives, I was like, wow, this stuff should and needs to be heard. So here we go. The World War II years. As America began to mobilize troops, equipment, and supplies for World War II, the War Department began negotiating with the Department of the Interior and Pinellas County to establish Mullet Key as a bombing range in 1940. In June, Fort DeSoto officially became the Mullet Key Bombing Range, a token force Company A of the 810th Engineer Aviation Battalion, camped on the island to maintain the range and work on providing an auxiliary landing strip. This You're going to want to remember this because it's very important.
You're doing the reading. You have to tell me next slide.
Okay,
Oh,
next.
sorry, my phone dinged again. And I
No,
was, was
you're good. Okay, here is the said bombing range. Now, Fort DeSoto, you have to use your mouse, is on the bottom end. where we were. That's Fort DeSoto area. Now, we found out that the bombing range area is called Shell Key, which
Ooh,
we'll
hang
get
on.
to that in a minute. No, 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 don't do that yet. You're
Yes,
you're gonna do it.
I'm doing it.
Okay, if you all can see, Shell Key is
Oops.
kind of no more. Look at the comparison of where the bombing range picture is and all of that land missing. Now,
Don't
isn't
worry,
that
folks.
crazy?
See the symbol in the picture?
Practice target area right there. That is
No,
right where that
that was a
massive,
hurricane.
that's where that land is missing to the
That's a
left.
hurricane.
And show, yes, that big area is
Oops.
gone
Every time I click on it.
compared to that map.
There was a radio tower,
If that is not telling
practice
as to
area.
what the heck were they doing there
Well, you can go
to
swim
have
in there now.
all that land missing.
You can go swim in there and pick up some seashells, and there's no bridge connection, but you can kayak. You can snorkel if you want. It's more of a lagoon, so it can be kind of like a swampish. What the heck is that? What the heck is that? I've never seen that before. What the heck is that?
Don't worry, folks. We do find squirrels as we move
Research squirrels. There's only one
those
picture.
those research squirrels will get the best of you.
What the? Oh, wow. Okay. I can spin. I wonder, is this in the wrong place? There's no flipping way. That's gotta be in the wrong place. There's no flipping way. Ah! It flipped me away. See, there's no flipping way. It flipped me away. Um, well, you know what? If it's a private island and you've got the money, then you can't have God's island, but you can have a God. You can have your own island. I'm like, is that supposed to be a castle?
All of it, yeah, and all that land is
Damn.
gone. That's insane.
That must have been cheap when they sold it after the bombing. Like, there's so much to stumble across when you're just trying to, not look at the squirrels. But most of the islands have a nature preserve protection something or other because of birds. That's usually what they go with. You can't come over here. It's for the birds. It's for the birds. Anyhow.
All right, back to the story here.
Yep.
Now that
Bombed the crap
y'all,
out of it and blamed it on a hurricane.
they completely bombed and disintegrated that land. The land is not even there anymore. You would have to zoom in and go to the left. That would be the bottom.
Did I do it?
Can you
No.
pull the picture up? Wrong way.
What? No, I can't go to the top.
There. Oh.
Yeah. It didn't
really
put one in particular order sometimes, so just read the August 11th.
Okay. When the war ended in 45 and the War Department saw no further need for Mullet Key, it was sold back to Pinellas County for $26,000. Interestingly, the northwest tip of North Mullet Key was inadvertently omitted from the sale. On April 19th, 1949, The parcel was purchased for only $11.25.
What? So
But
that's weird.
hold on. Can you just zoom out a little bit and then go up, or can you pull it up anymore?
What, to the map?
No, the
You're
wording.
just trying to read whatever is up here.
Yeah. Okay, that'll work right there. I thought this was interesting as well. There were 34 accidents in 42 and 63 accidents in 1943. With help from Brigadier General James Doolittle and
Well,
women flyer Jacqueline
Coachman.
Cochran, the Army and Martin aircraft improved the training. Doolittle was awarded the Medal of Honor and was promoted from colonel to brigadier general for leading the first carrier-based bomber attack on Midland, Japan in April of 1942. And Jacqueline organized the Women's Air Force Service pilots during the war and was the first woman to break the sound barrier in 1953. So, if anyone remembers, obviously the big bomb from Doolittle, they practiced right here. This is where Doolittle was. Now, isn't that just crazy?
I guess so.
Next.
Next slide. So this is a, call it
That
diagram,
diagram.
right?
Yeah.
This
Or
Fort
a
DeSoto.
depiction.
Yeah, depiction diagram. Back in the day, Fort DeSoto, Egmont Key has a Fort Dade on it. I don't know exactly what they're trying to show. The pyramids and the lines and something else is going on there. This is what Fort DeSoto, the layout, apparently would have looked like back in the day.
Hey, Drew Duncan. Glad you made it. We'll have to show you your special clip here in a little bit.
Oh my god. We could just do it now.
You want to?
Just give him a mental break. Just do it now.
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right, Drew Duncan. This is for you. And hope you enjoy it.
What's my name? What's my name? Say hello to my chocolate.
Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do.
Dunkachina, Dunkachina, Dunkachina.
Oh my- There you go, Drew Duncan.
Now you got your
Oh, my God.
Dunkachino.
Oh my god. It was awe-striking to find that commercial and be like, this is from like 10 years ago or something. I'd never seen it before. It's funny what you can find on YouTube.
He said, nice, love it.
Nice, yeah. It's not in the exact order, obviously. Joe Cool sliced and diced and had a little more fun with it, but yeah. So much fun.
Okay,
Sometimes
so
when
back to
when we don't want to do any more research, we end up going, can we make a video for somebody? Because it's apparently it's a lot of fun. Who can we make a video for? Anyway, and then we get back to it's the motivation for trying to do any research and put stuff together is it's for the people, man. It's for the people. So back to this diagram of display of stuff. This is the only area that's technically still up, and what we were walking through. The Yeah, battery. They don't really, they should label it things better, but the heat gets to you and you just don't pay attention anyways. But this is a pretty big layout with the beach right there. Um, all right, here is 1924.
Yes.
Okay, now I know what the pyramids were for.
1924. There were 2.5 million radios in the US. In
Oh,
1920, there were only 5,000 sets used, mostly by professionals.
sure.
In 1926, Congress established the Army Air Corps. In 1927, aviator Charles Lucky Lindy flew across
Lumber.
the Atlantic from New York to France in the spirit of St. Louis. Or
Sure.
St. Louis, if you want to word it that way.
Okay, so these pyramid the thingies with the flag on it, those were out in the water for target practice. They weren't buoys or navigational buoys. I read somewhere now I remember that was for target practice. So I was looking at the diagram and I was like, what are those pyramids for? I don't remember, and then I remember. May 1899.
For the purpose of establishing a quarantine station, 271 acres on the eastern end of Mullet Key were transferred from the War Department to the Secretary of the Treasurer. In 1900, during the year, 4 buildings were removed from a Marine Hospital Service detention camp on Egmont Key and rebuilt on Mullet Key.
That makes sense.
Sure. August of 1901, the Marine Hospital Service took over jurisdiction of the quarantine station from the Florida State Board of Health.
Sure.
Why not?
Random information. Oh, here's the utensils that were apparently used or left behind. It got a little warm. It gets a little warm out there. And the glass. This is like glass. Glass has a very mysterious history about itself. Not just making glass plates to make glass plate negatives, but also to make for like windows. Well, let's just say the jug, glass jar, multiple purposes, drinking, a vase. Like oh, that's all they had back then was glass. Different types of for various reasons of whatever you're putting in the glass. And I'm like, where is the glass factories at?
Yeah, ain't that the truth? All right, 1937, the Mullet Key quarantine station was closed when all public health service quarantine and relief activities for Tampa Bay were relocated to a new station at Gaddison Point near Tampa.
Such riveting information. Oh my gosh. If you read that one, you read that one.
September 29th, 1938. The 271-acre tract the quarantine station occupied was purchased for a whopping $12,500 by the Pinellas County Board of Commissioners.
I don't even
Right.
like register like the quarantine station. You mean the building that's on the pier? Apparently, that's the story.
Yeah,
Quarantine.
they walk you out into the
You gotta walk the plank.
the pier there. Yep, and I'm sure they'll put planks out and say walk the plank. Ooh, here we go. As with most isolated Army posts, Fort DeSoto was not a preferred duty assignment. because living conditions at the fort were far from pleasant due to its isolation, lack of recreational activities, and telephone communications, and only one daily boat arrival and departure as a link to the outside world. Until the early 1900s, uniforms made of flannel,
Ugh.
kersey, or
Mm-mm.
other woolen fabrics
Mm-mm.
deviated very little from the thick clothing of the Civil War. These uniforms imposed misery on the troops
Don't
during
walk
the
around
summer
naked.
drills. In
No.
1901, the standard Army issued rations for troops and garrisons included fresh beef, flour, beans, potatoes, prunes, coffee, sugar, vinegar, salt and pepper, and soap with a little bit of candles.
You're gonna eat your soap.
During the height of the heated term, it becomes so intense that the residents of the post are compelled to spend most of their time, both day and night, on their porches. That's
I
how
got
hot
something
it
like
is.
heck no. You put your feet in the water or you walk up to the water up to your butt to cool off. I mean, even just up to your knees. That's all you need to do is like feet, ankle. If it's a lot hotter, to the knees. Obviously, it's that freaking hot. If they're saying the weather we get today was the weather they had 100, 120 years ago of being that hot, you're not going to do shit in the middle of summer. You're going to build and do whatever when it's like the winter season. We can't even, most people have a hard time walking around just observing the fort and just ready to go to the beach and put their feet in the water. Because as soon as you take a dip, you're cooling off and you're good for a couple hours because it helps regulate your own body temperature and you're not overheating and getting delirious, let alone you gotta have fresh water to drink too. The heat of the sun, even in the tropical weather, is very similar to hearing people struggle in the middle of a desert. It doesn't take much, or your body is just losing its ability to regulate itself and to think straight. Um,
Edna Bell said, used to live in Bradenton, Florida back in the day. We are in Palmetto, so that's literally a
over the river.
rock throw away, which you would know that, right?
Yeah.
um, and then my brother and sister-in-law live there. She's from there. Oh, okay. Well, then yeah, I guess we could kind of throw rocks
They
at each other
probably have,
across the Manatee River.
yeah. There's only a few people with colored hair, so they might have seen me.
It's very possible. So, hey, if you're down in the area, let us know.
With advance warning, or not warning, but well, kind of warning to say we're in contact with another person or two, and they're in the area, sort of, to do a meetup, and we're like, we can't meet up until like next month because we've had some derailments come our way.
Next.
That was my chair. You didn't read the soon after the establishment.
All right. Here we go. Soon after its establishment in 1900, Fort DeSoto was garrisoned by a detachment of Company A, 1st Regiment Artillery. In 1901, that company became the 1st Company Coast Artillery. In April 1907, the 1st Company was replaced by the 39th Company Coast Artillery, which remained at the fort until June 1910.
So dramatic. It's like as the world turns, military style. You've been replaced.
Following an inspection in 1904,
Popcorn.
Commander of the Department of the Gulf, Brigadier General Barry, recommended that sale of beer and light wines be permitted to, and to the contentment and discipline of the garrison. In spite of screens and mosquito nets, these these biting insects created intolerable conditions in warmer weather. Well, sure.
The funny thing is, depending on how hot it gets, even the mosquitoes can't fly. These the bugs, all of them. When it gets hot, the bugs aren't even flying around. They're looking for shade and they're looking for a meal or whatever, but they can't fly in the extreme heat either. Let alone, most of the time there is such a nice breeze, give or take breeze, wind coming off the water. So the more inland you are, the worse it is. The suffering of the men
Yes, the
cannot
suffering
be
of the
explained.
men daily while at work or at drill has been greater than can be imagined by any who have not actually experienced it. At present, life for the men is a torture both day and night, and the mosquitoes have to be fought with a bush continuously.
Oh my gosh. Just light a fire. They're drawn to heat light, so that's just
That's funny. Continuously,
hilarious.
whether at work or resting. Hey, Whirl of Bliss, good to see you. Whirl of Bliss said, I would love to meet up.
That's what we're just kind of talking about. Yep. We've exchanged emails and we're like, we can't get to meeting up until maybe the end of the month, but probably more than likely it was April, beginning of May, because of some derailments. Life happens pretty much. Aside from me injuring myself recently, we were going to do this last night, and I I
Yeah.
was recovering from an injury that was inflicted onto my back, and let's just say it's not the first time that you just find yourself in a slow motion downward spiral of how did I get in this position, and the only way to get out of it is to inflict more pain because I am a natural blonde and I have so many blonde moments that it's like, okay, it's worse than being a klutz. I'm like, you know what? It's an anomaly. I'll just accept it. I'll need some time to mend, and I'll just I'll remember it for the rest of my life. But it was
Yeah.
yeah, mending myself
Alright.
and waiting and trying to get better, but that was that was just okay. Moving on.
Yep. Alright, here we go. 1907. The U.S. Navy, Great White Fleet, sailed to the Pacific and around the world to exhibit U.S. naval power. First public showing of early talking and color motion pictures occurred in Cleveland. Audiences saw and heard some grand opera, a bullfight, and a political speaker. Wonderful. All right, 1910. The U.S. population is now 91.9 million of people over 25 years old. Fewer than half have been completed grade school, and about 4% have graduated from
Oh
college.
my gosh, they're just
Isn't
filling
that
in space.
exciting?
Isn't it exciting? You're at a fort, a historic military fort, and they're just filling in space with all this other verbiage to be like, can we focus on this area and then mention something else? Like, it makes no sense. So this is at Fort Date inspection report.
Oh, here we go.
This
The
was just
Post
interesting.
Bakery has no window screens, although provided with a screen door and commissary storehouse also lacks screens. The quartermaster should take necessary action to provide these buildings with screens. January 18th, 1910. Fort date inspection reports by who? The chief quartermaster. That's
Anyway,
hilarious.
holy crap.
All right. What else do we got?
So these are the display boards in this little museum of sorts. As you can see behind it, that is some fresh wood, and it smells like fresh wood lumber when you're walking around it. I think I took screenshots of the paragraphs. I don't think we read most of these. Is that fuzzy?
Not for me.
Okay.
If you can you zoom in just a tad more? Or no?
Yes.
Alrighty. Florida, as the first Spanish explorers named the state, has the longest coastline of any state in the continental U.S. Its location and its control immediately became important to the first Europeans to come to the New World. Ooh. But, but taming and colonizing this peninsula turned out to be
Peninsula.
an impossible task for both Spain, who controlled Florida for nearly 300 years, and
Impossible.
England, who claimed Florida for more than 30 years. Interesting.
So England got done in 30 years what Spain couldn't do in 300 years.
Fort Soto Park
Lies.
comprises 1,136 acres, which are part of 5 small islands: Mullet, Bonne Fortune, Saint Jane, Saint Christopher, and Madeleine, located off the northern shores of the entrance to Tampa Bay. These islands, along with Egmont Key and others, guard the entrance to Tampa Bay and have continually changed in size, though the forces of erosion and uh, accretion caused by tides, wind, and storms. Huh. Okay.
So here's a good idea. Also, here's the keys. The word key means island. I think it's Latin or something. So Madeline, Christopher, Jane, and
Bonnet.
Bonnie. Is it French? It sounds French when you want to say it's French. Bonnie, Jacques Van Damme, and Christopher Reeves, and Madeline Defont, and Mullet Key, coming to a theater near you. I was a horrible student in school. Who else had fun like that in school? Like in your own head, you were sent to the principal's office because you would not stop associating something you heard or daydreaming and just drifting away and then singing a song in your head. Sail away, sail away, sail away.
All right. Mullet Key, the largest of the islands, is the site of the remains of the Fort DeSoto Military Reservation and a group of buildings formerly serving as the United States Public Health Service quarantine station for Tampa Bay. Stories and legends abound of giant extinct animals, Indians, conquistadors, pirates, soldiers, mosquitoes, and rattlesnakes on this isolated island, which rises only a few feet above the waters of Gulf of Mexico. Archaeologists and historians continue to search for the truth about
Lies,
these legends and other questions pertaining to the island's past. Do they now? Do they?
don't they?
Meanwhile, this exhibit will acquaint you with what is currently known about the island and its previous inhabitants. Hmm.
Tell me sweet little lies. That's right, true speaker. Not that's right.
Oh, here we go. Before history books were written. Ooh,
Blah.
tell me more. 12,000 years ago, where you are now standing was between 40 and 70 miles from the water we now call the Gulf of Mexico.
I love the structure of sentences. My English teacher is in my head. Some of the things that stick with me going, how did they allow that to print? 12,000 years ago, where you stand now, between this way and that way. It's like, wait. Whoa, we just went tripping. 12,000 years ago, but also where you are now. I'm like, the narratives and the sentence structures
It's,
have just,
yeah.
they're decomposing as I'm sitting here listening to Joe Cool read, but also trying to
All
wrap my
right.
head around the
I'm going to
words
keep going because there's a
he's saying.
lot.
And it's like, there, yeah, I don't even know if we're going
There
to
is
do
a
it all because
lot.
I'm like,
Oh, we can do it. We can do it.
I know we can do it, but it might
There
be,
were no barrier islands at this location. Much of the world's fresh water was trapped in the polar ice caps, and
there you
sea
go.
level was
Dramatic reading.
150 feet below the current levels.
Oh my God.
Large animals like the woolly mammoth, the saber-toothed cat, and a 6 foot long armadillo like creature called a
Yep.
gylopodid roamed through this area. Really.
We're going to try and make it as fun as possible. Real quick, Joe, your enthusiastic reading, or as I call it, like voice reading or something, is much appreciated by even
Oh.
my Cherie, saying I'm listening while multitasking. Appreciate the enthusiastic reading. It's the only way to
Yep,
keep
you
me
got
awake.
it.
If I don't do it, even for myself, reading out loud to myself sometimes, I will fall asleep on myself reading. Dramatic,
Okay, here
enthusiastic
we go.
reading.
Prehistoric humans we call Paleo-Indians wandered over the land, hunting these animals with stone-tipped spears, and may have had a hand in the extinct of some. It
Extinction.
it took several thousand years, but eventually the ice caps receded. All the large animals were extinct, and Florida's climate and sea levels began to resemble those of today.
But it took thousands of years. I'm like, how do you prove that? How, how do you
I
confirm and deny at the same time? I can neither
oh boy.
confirm nor deny, but here's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
The Terra Verde site contained the burial remains of 200 people and a large amount of pottery dated to the Safety Harbor period 1000 to 1600 AD. By that time, Native Americans had developed complex societies and lived in large villages, such as the cultural center in northern Pinellas County, marked by a huge mound where Felipe Park is now located. Another Safety Harbor period site is located at Maximo Point, about 2 miles across the bay. These two sites were probably independent, but may have been inhabited in the same time period.
A lot of if, ands, and
Hmm.
maybes.
What was that? Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Yep. What is it? Yes, no, yes, no, maybe
All
so.
right. Madeline Key is within the Fort DeSoto Park grounds and contained another Safety Harbor period site.
Another one.
People discarded the shell remains of their seafood meals in large trash heaps called
What?
midderns,
What?
such as the one on Madeline Key and others on Mullet Key. Many shell midians, some of them huge, once
Minion.
existed at shoreline sites all around the Tampa Bay region. Madeline Key also contained an artesian well, which was important resource for residents during those prehistoric times.
So it was a dump site next to their fresh water?
Next,
Is that what I just? Is that what that's?
I I'm gonna let everyone know this is our first time kind of going through this for the most part because it is kind of time consuming. So we figured we just kind of take the pictures,
This is our first
and
time hearing it. The same time you are.
yeah, you're hearing it while we're hearing it, and
We're all hearing it for the first
this is
time.
crazy. Ooh, the pyramid. You will notice this symbol in many surprise places throughout this exhibit. It denotes a historical point in time and represents the coast artillery target or object, which was used by Fort DeSoto's soldiers during the firing drills. They would skillfully aim the cannons to hit this target as it was floating out in the Gulf of Mexico. See how many you can find of these pyramids.
Pyramids. Are you sure
It
they were skillfully?
it
I'm sorry, but I think
so they're pushing floating pyramids out into the Gulf just to fire at them. Okay, sure.
yeah, I don't think they
We
were
can
skillfully aiming at them. I would have just lobbed
we can
some
go
off
with
in
that, I
front of
guess.
it. Oh my God, the
Oh,
explorers!
here we go.
Now it
The
gets good.
explorers arrive. When Tampa Bay was explored by Panfilio Narvaez in 1528 and by Hernando de Soto in 1539, they called it Espiritu Santo Bay, Bay of the Holy Spirit. However, Tampa Bay was not scientifically surveyed until Francisco Maria Celis detailed 1757 survey of the area's timber resources for the Spanish Navy, which produced the finest or first accurate charts.
Now
Sorry,
the finest.
the finest accurate, right? The first accurate charts of Tampa Bay. Celi gave Egmont Key its first name, Isla de San Blas Barbuda. Barbuda. I don't know.
You're
I'm
doing
not
awesome, babe.
Spanish.
You're doing awesome. Way better than me. I would have
Spain
just said blah blah.
surrendered. Spain surrendered possession of Florida to the British in 1763. Under orders from British Naval Admiral William Burnbay, surveyor and cartographer George Gould was instructed to proceed to the Bay of Espiritu Santo on the coast of Florida and to take a complete survey of that bay and to examine if it is fit to receive capital ships. How nice.
I'm just like, bleh.
Okay. Gold and his survey team located 3 entrance channels to the bay. The most navigable one, named Boca Grande by the Spanish, was determined to be some 3 miles across between Egmont Island and the small islands northeastern of its known as Mullet Keys, with the least water in it measuring 4 butt bums. Foot bums. Okay. Today, this is known as the Egmont Channel. Jeez. In the course of his work, Gold provided a prophetic notion that the area of today's downtown St. Petersburg would be a pretty good place for settlement. Gold's reports also indicated he was able to obtain fresh water at a site about 1 mile from the northeast end of Molokai. Also, an afterthought, Gold wrote of Egmont Key.
Oh my god, this is so paraphrased of how we talk today.
This is insane. A small fort on the north end of this island could easily command the entrance of this harbor. A name from this early exploration remains in use today, Egmont Key, which was named for John Percival, 2nd Earl of Egmont and 1st Lord of the Admiralty. Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Gold summarized his survey and charting work by writing, Espirito Santo will admit large vessels, and there they will find abundance of fish, oysters, and clams, as well as large and small waterfowls, turkeys, deer, with plenty of fresh water and wood. The Spaniards resort to the Molokays for the purpose of fishing and have built huts on the principle of them, where there are likewise wells of fresh water.
Sure, but no gators.
Wow. Ooh, I needed a coffee drink after that. Okay, another survey of Tampa Bay, Egmont Key, and Molokai was conducted by Englishman Bernard Romans, deputy surveyor of East Florida. Romans not only took depth findings for the entrances to this bay, but also provided navigational instructions for pilots using compass readings for the location of Molokai and Castor Key. In his logbook, Romans wrote, "The harbor of Espiritu Santo is very capacious, will admit large ships, and is extremely well calculated for a place to refresh at. Here is an abundance of wood, water, fish, oysters, clams, venison, turkeys, large and small waterfowl." Oh boy.
We're getting there. What does that say in the map?
Uh-oh.
A historical marker.
We
What?
found a dome.
A dome.
Pyramid. I can,
No?
okay, I can
I'll read
try.
it.
At this time in history, Franklin flew a kite in something to that lightning was
Oh my
a
gosh.
form of electricity in 1752.
Jeez.
1757, the first street lights. That's hard to read.
Well, we kind of
Designed
know
by Franklin
general
on
history of
a
it.
few city streets.
Oh my gosh. I have to go to the restroom. Can you read that like that?
Yeah, you can leave it right there. Where am I? bottom left. Nope, that was Romans. Okay, I'm good. All right, a coastal trader who. Oh, sorry, everybody. Fishing, Trading, and Homesteading circa 1838 by Captain William Bunce. A coastal trader who operated out of Key West, Bunce established a, a fishing rancho on Palm Island, which provided dry and salted fish to be sold in the markets of Havana, Cuba. This operation netted about 5,000 to 6,000 profit yearly. His rancho consisted of some 30 to 40 buildings and was home for 163 men, women, and children. Bunce was a respected and literate man whose name appears on Florida's first Constitution. Bunce originally built his rancho in 1838 near the mouth of the Manatee River. Well, go figure. We're pretty close to that. It was located on the southern shores of the bay and employed Spanish Indians, which is a mixture of Spanish and Indian blood, Cubans, and Seminoles. During the early stages of the First Seminole War, American officials told Bunce his Indian workers would have to be relocated to an island reservation. After he refused to cooperate, federal gunboats shelled his rancho, burning it to the ground. Wow, that was nice of them. In 1840, the same fate befell his camp on Palm Island. Wow. Alrighty, circa 1840, Antonio Maximo Hernandez. Hernandez was a Spanish settler who operated a fishing rancho near the southern tip of the Pinellas Peninsula in an area named after him, Maximo Point. He took soldiers from Fort Brooke in Tampa to Egmont and Mullet Keys for turtle egg hunting. Turtle egg hunting. Okay. Alrighty, in 1847, responding to a petition by the citizens of Tampa, the U.S. Congress authorized funds to construct a lighthouse on Egmont Key to reduce the number of ship groundings at the entrance to Tampa Bay. Construction was completed in May 1848 at the whopping cost of $7,000. In September of that same year, a devastating hurricane did extensive damage to the new lighthouse, as well as destroying a good part of downtown Tampa. According to reports, lighthouse keeper Sherrod Edwards and his family rode out the storm in a small boat tied to some palm trees on the island. Wow, yeah, I could see that happening. When the storm subsided, Edwards rowed the small boat to Tampa and resigned his job on the spot. Gee, I don't know, would anyone else just resign their job on the spot after that? Oh my goodness. Okay. Are you there?
I am. Okay.
Are you hiding?
Kind of, because I'm still having that problem. So,
Oh, that must be a picture of the lighthouse right there to the light. Yep, Egmont Key
Yeah,
Lighthouse, circa 1895.
this is the same. This is a cropped photo image of it, but it's the same one you could find online that we've shared before.
Whew, was that enjoyable for everybody else?
Absolutely not. No.
Oh my goodness.
Enjoyable reading if you can multitask and listen, kind of like ebooks or Audible.
Okay, my shitty. We'll catch you later, and if we're still rolling, whenever you
Hopefully not.
get back, hopefully not. But if we're still rolling, yeah, hop back in. Now check this out, everybody. An exploded cannonball. Civil War era. 1861 to 65. Now that right there, that is some cannon fodder.
It looks like blueberries. It looks like marbles actually inside this thing.
Thanks, True Speaker and Oz. We got more. Don't worry. Don't go anywhere. We actually got. We haven't even got to
Oh,
the.
we read all this,
We haven't
thankfully.
got to the Teddy Roosevelt part yet.
Thankfully, we were able to read all of this on the. Wait, I lost my spot.
Uh-oh.
Um, I can't tell which part. Okay, this is like a fun little ship drawing story, I guess. I can't hear you.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. Okay.
All right. Operating out of Pensacola, the British capital of West Florida, as it was known at the time, the HMS Alarm was selected as the base vessel for gold survey. The Alarm was a man of war ship of 683 tons, a 32 gun armament, a crew of 152, and a 16-foot draft. Admiral Burnby also engaged the small, shallow draft schooner Betsy to ensure the surveying party could reach the innermost reaches of the bay. Oh, look at the little schooner behind it.
It's unbelievable.
Or
I don't know. That's supposed to be a map. Mullet Key. Did you read that?
yes. Alrighty.
Oh. Did you read that? Not can you read that?
Nope. I'm going to.
Okay.
1769. Another survey of Tampa Bay, Egmont Key, and Mullet Keys was conducted by Englishman Bernard Romans, deputy surveyor of East Florida. Romans not only took depth findings for the entrances to this bay, but also provided navigational instructions for pilots using compass readings for this location of Mullet Key and Kester Key. Yes, I did read that one, but I'll read it again.
I'm like, I remember.
This is a fishing rancho, much like Captain Bunce on the coast of St. Petersburg, circa 1838.
Honestly, that picture could have been taken anywhere, like in the Caribbeans or even around the Gulf Coast. Like it could be from anywhere. It almost looks like a drawing or not even a photo. Doesn't even say it's a photo. It's just a depiction. Everything's a freaking depiction.
It's a depiction of 1767 map of Tampa Bay, made by Thomas Jeffries, not Jefferson, Jeffries. Cartographer to His Majesty King George III.
This looks nothing like it. I'm looking at it wrong. Oh my god, I'm not tired. That's the water. I was looking at it like it was the land. I'm like, that looks nothing like it. Okay. Not really, but yep, we read that.
Yep,
We read that.
we did that. Yep, we did that. Yep, we did that.
Sweet. Okay.
Uh-oh, here we go. The Henry Bradley plant, 1819 to 1899. Now, Henry Plant was, I want to say, opposite of Flagler. They both had separate rail lines going down through Florida. Henry Plant went down the Gulf Coast. Flagler went down the Atlantic coast. Just a little tip there.
And this is the guy who built the Tampa Bay hotel that looks like a Middle Eastern type of mosque. It's a temple looking thing, but it's at the minarets, the shiny little rooftop pieces. That at the time that the hotel was built, there was only about 700 individuals of all ages. I guess you could say of all ages. 700 people living in the Tampa area. And the hotel that he built had 500 rooms with electricity and phone in each room. It was like the 1886, roughly.
Yeah, it was around.
I always get 83, 86, or 89.
Yeah, it was like early 1890s, maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, there's your battery lately set up there with your 4 cannons in each spot.
Yep, this would be, I don't know if that's it looks pretty clear to me, so funny enough. Should be really clear for you. This is the stairs that go up to these smaller lookout platform areas where I guess you would shout down to the gunmen, to angle it, or down to the data booth. But these are blocked off. You can't walk up these, safety reasons. But it's very camouflaged.
Hello, Morgan. Glad to have you here.
What's up? Hey there. Oh man.
Section at Mortor Pit.
This will be the front of the diagram. This is towards the beach, towards the Gulf of Mexico.
That would be out to the Gulf, yeah.
So this is camouflaged, obviously, even to this day, with lots of vegetation. So that would be this part here with the sand covering it. But there's more to it. It's just technically in ruins, and or there's lots of different areas around the place that have protected vegetation. And some of the areas on the little islands, Mullet Key, Egmont Key, the island keys, the keys of the islands are bird sanctuaries. So I can zoom in there.
Ooh, this is going to be good. Alrighty, here we go, folks. May 1899. After delays caused by wind and tide, the first load of stone for the concrete arrived from New York and New Jersey. Because of this delay, the foundations for the battery platforms and walls were poured with a mix of cement, sand, and shells. The the seaward walls of the fort are an average of 16 feet thick, and
What?
the landslide walls are an average of 8 feet thick.
That's
The
ridiculous.
roof is about 5 feet thick. By the 1890s, primary artillery pieces were steel, rifled, breech loading weapons that fired cylindrical projectiles. In the case of mortars, the method of loading and high trajectory aim enabled gun crews to remain behind these thick walls, unexposed to enemy gunfire.
Because aiming high always works better, right?
Absolutely.
Aim high, fellas. High apple pie. I don't know. That maybe the next one.
No,
Mm,
you
apparently
should
not.
go back. I can.
Read what you can.
Well,
The heat was getting to me.
if you scroll out a little bit, I can actually probably get it and then maybe go up.
No, it's
No.
just I didn't.
Okay. No, there you go. Leave it like that. Okay. Despite their conversation from lanyard activated percussion firing to electric. Wow. Let me read that again. Despite their conversation from lanyard
Conversion?
activated percussion firing to electric, the aiming and loading of mortars were still done manually. Trajectory and direction were set by hand wheel. The projectile weighing either 700 or 1,046 pounds was retrieved from the shot room round by round. Two soldiers delivered the 48 to 65 pound powder charges sealed in silk bags. Wow.
Silk?
Sealed in silk bags. Yes.
It's not believable. This picture is from 1918. The mortar loading and firing drills. Doesn't necessarily, it's not actually saying it's here. But here you go. Due to storms and erosion, Battery Bigelow was reduced to ruins.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one that you swam around.
Well, I walked around it.
Yeah,
But yeah, this
around.
is the vegetation in Sandmount Hills, I guess you'd call it. There's a sign up here. Who knows what it says on the other side? But they put a sidewalk across here for tourists to get a better view at it. This is Fort DeSoto. Out here at the very top, you'll see there's an island that is Egmont Key. That's the lighthouse. And Fort Dade is out here. And there is a ferry boat that you can take to get out there. It's about $50 a person for the ferry.
Yes.
I think it's round trip. But you can also rent some snorkeling equipment. But this is all still sitting there pretty much, yeah, exactly the same as we walked along the beach and I went into the water and walked around it. Everybody else was swimming on mostly swimming around it. There is a sign that says, please do not climb on it, but people still climb on it. I didn't climb on it. That's a better angle. This is 1945. There is, oh, that's funny. It's like overgrown. They had to clean it out, or they put the sidewalk in. This is the sidewalk that we walked along, but it actually connects to they look like sighting tower. Like the guns are down here, so you have people, one over here and one over there, that would go up and probably figure out the measurements and trajectory and pass the note along. Just pass the note along. Aim it here and there you go. That's it. It's got to go through the data booth. Pass the note along. Up here, this is the parking lot. Nowadays, it's the parking lot. Because technically, just outside of this picture would be the rest of the fort. It's always just outside. Oh, there's the track. The small, narrow track, whether it was train or like a supply thing to wheel it in and out.
Yeah, we saw that on a couple of pictures.
There was a couple pictures. They
There
don't
was
talk about it, though.
yeah, they don't even talk about those
This is
tracks,
all
which
grass
is
now.
interesting. Yeah, that's not there at all. It's
You
gone.
can't even tell. It's either grass or covered up by sidewalk because they rearrange most of all of this. This is now, oh, there's like an opening or a door hatch there. Or maybe that sign fell. The sign fell over. This is all thick vegetation. Super, super thick. Because this corner right here is the beach. You can kind of see the sidewalk over here. That is, today, it's a red brick sidewalk. Boom, boom.
Ooh,
Light it up.
Look at that. Oh, you can zoom in on that, right?
Well, yeah. Let's start at the top.
There we go. All right. Battery Lately, circa 1945. Okay, what do we got starting from the top? We have the upper shield brace and nuts, elevating rack.
You sound like brace your nuts.
A recoil sleeve, the sight bracket, the oscillating slide, the range drum, the breech block, the carrier plate, the operating lever, the shoulder rest. The shoulder rest. Wow, that's complicated. The shoulder rest. All right, the shoulder bar handle, the ratchet wheel paw, chain and pocket chain wheel, the ratchet lever, hand hole and
Cover.
outer base, okay, inner base, the oil hole and plug, the socket clamp, the pivot socket, the elevating hand wheel, the pivot yoke, the clamping lever, the side clamp screw, the indicator guard, the battery box bracket, the shield, sight opening,
Peephole.
and back to the upper shield
Wow.
brace.
What does it say?
Look at that.
3-inch.
The 3-inch Driggs Seabury rapid fire gun. Rapid
Assault.
fire. Yeah,
It's going to assault your dinghy.
Yeah, nowadays it should have said the rapid fire assault gun. Oh dear. All right, what else do we got? We have a 100-foot barracks building accommodating 105 merry men. Bathroom facilities with running water and
My
earth closets, which is toilets. Apparently toilets
what?
were called earth closets.
What? So we were
Okay.
researching that wrong.
Were located in the laboratory, which was a separate building behind the barracks. Well, I would like to hope so.
I'm sure we call them outhouses.
Yeah, and there's outhouses,
We
but
call them
sure.
outhouses.
What else do we got? The post hospital with 10 beds was the only building with a concrete basement. Ooh,
What? Basement?
a basement, folks.
Basement. Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Captain's quarters costing almost $10,000 to build, with 2 floors and an attic, and heated by both fireplaces and stoves. We're in Florida. Why
What?
would you want anything
You,
heated?
you
You
don't
don't
even
want
want
nothing
to cook
heated down here.
inside. You want to cook outside. Everybody cooks and wants to barbecue outside. You
You want
don't
to be
need your heat
outside grilling.
inside. But that just like something like that to say it's palm trees and a chimney. Was it actually milder and colder back then? So the extreme heat, even in the wintertime around here, they're already wearing wool, thick, like uncomfortable uniforms. It had to be milder. It had to be colder or cooler back then to say you needed a stove on the inside and chimney on the inside. Because even the winter season down here, it's like a warm fall. And that's like maybe a month or two of sometimes at night it dips to the 40s. I'm like, it's not even long enough to like get frostbite. You're not even gonna get frostbite. There's no freaking way.
Ooh, this is good. This is good.
Mhm.
All right, folks, here we go. The pump house was used to pump water. Wasn't that exciting?
Water.
All right. The pump house was used to pump water at a rate of 150 gallons per minute from the surface wells into the water tank to the buildings and to the fire hydrants for fire control. This was non potable water used for flushing toilets, doing laundry, etc.
Hmm.
Drinking water was obtained from, I want to say, drain water cisterns. This building cost $16,064 to construct in 1902 to 1903. The photograph was taken in 1905, 2 years later.
Sure.
Battery Bigelow with mounted 3-inch in 1898 Driggs Seabury gun can be seen on the right side in the background. Ooh, can we see it?
The right side,
It's on the right side in the background.
it's fuzzy.
I'm not seeing it.
I see a big barrel looking wall thing on the left. I'm like,
Truth
uh,
Speaker in Oz said she'd be back soon.
yeah, I was just reading some of the,
Yeah.
while listening to you and then reading that, and I'm saying, mm-hmm, to like you talking and some of the stuff in chat.
Okay, here we go. The Searchlight shelter's roof and walls were constructed of corrugated iron with a concrete floor. The fort's searchlight was used for nighttime illumination. of targets offshore. The building was constructed in 1906. The photograph was taken, however, in 1907.
Of course.
Okay, background from right. 3 identical officers' quarters, commanding officers' quarters, and administration building. Foreground from right. Searchlight shelter, engineering building, quartermaster storehouse, bakery, and civilian quarters.
Okay, I know that looks like sand on the ground, but is that sand on the roof? Does that actually look
Well,
like snow?
yeah, sand just kind of gets blown everywhere. These are the outside placards, aren't they?
Yes, that's why
Where's
there's
where,
farm shit everywhere.
where's the inside placards? There should still be a couple inside ones because we didn't even get to the.
Well, some I took pictures of, and some I did screen grabs, so it's not in an exact order, which is kind of nice. Give
Oh,
the brain a
okay.
break, apparently.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful tree. If the tree could tell the stories of what really would happen.
The original building foundations were located by volunteers and park staff using 1911 blueprints.
I want to see the blueprints. They don't share those.
No, the footers or brick piers that you see along this trail were reconstructed on the original foundations by park staff and Eagle Scouts. These foundations were buried in the sand and required excavation before the brick piers could be reconstructed. Sure. The
Right.
brick road and portion of the concrete curbs and sidewalks are original.
No.
That's original.
Uh-uh.
Please use caution on the trail due to uneven surfaces in certain areas.
Mm.
What do we got here? The quartermaster storehouse. Now, this quartermaster storehouse is what we were in that was
Hmm.
constructed.
It's like the size of a single modular home trailer.
Yes, that's what we were in. So, the quartermaster storehouse contained supplies for the soldiers. The quartermaster was responsible for procuring and issuing supplies for the fort. This was a 833 square foot frame building
That seems a little
with
bigger than that.
a cypress shingle roof constructed at a cost of $190.
Yours today. Come on down. Give us a call. We'll throw in mud flaps.
These are your reconstructed piers, apparently.
To lift it, just avoid a little bit of flooding. You're that close to the beach. You need these about as tall as the tree to be a little more stable to avoid the kind of flooding that could happen from a gentle storm, even, but even a level 1 hurricane. Sorry for the bird doo doo.
Okay.
Adds to the authenticity of it, right?
Yes, this is very authentic.
It's custom faded in.
In the early 1900s, Fort DeSoto had a tremendous mosquito population. The troops could not even enjoy the nice beaches on the island due to the vampiric pest. The post quartermaster gave this report in 1908. The suffering of the men. I cannot read that. Work
Ugh.
or drill has been greater than can be imagined by any who have not actually experienced it. There have been nights that the men have had no sleep due to mosquitoes in the quarters, even though mosquitoes bars are used. At present, life for the men is a torture both day and night, and the mosquitoes have to be fought with a bush continuously, whether at work or resting. That's the same thing that was actually inside the
Yeah, I
report.
know. Like, oh, so Morgan added those searchlights were for the airships. I can't believe we have found this. When he was talking about the one building, you said it was like a lighthouse, but not a lighthouse. It's a search house for
Yeah,
the
yes.
light. Like he added some information I didn't even think about going to airships.
Yeah, I didn't even think
Ah,
about that part. Thank you, Morgan.
yep, brilliantly
Absolutely.
just mentioned
Um,
since we
now,
know that airships were used. Where are the anti-airship guns? That's why they were pointed to the sky. That's what it's not about. I kept thinking, thanks, Morgan. I kept thinking of the guns. I'm like, how are you going to aim his ships on the sea? No, those guns are aimed up to the sky because they're shooting down the airships. Ha! Wow.
ooh, we
Now it
might be
makes
onto
sense.
something. We might
Now
be
it
onto
makes
something.
sense. Ooh, yeah.
Now, Morgan, I don't think you were here for the part before where we pointed out, I would call an anomaly, where the target range map and the shell key, what it's called now, shell key, you put them together, they basically blew up, destroyed shell key, according to the
There it is.
map itself. Yeah, see, there's the
This is the
target
diagram.
range. It says practice. See, yeah, down at the bottom's Fort DeSoto. Up here is the practice range. And if you put that next to the wonderful uh, map down on the bottom's Fort DeSoto, target range is up at the top. Look at how that lines up. DeSoto bottom, target range up top. There is no land. There is no land there anymore. So we will point this out again. Where did all that land go in Shell Key Island? Because this
Big
is
bada boom.
practice target right there on. It says Mullet Key
That's what
bombing
busted.
range, right? The practice range is that massive area of land missing. That is crazy.
Yeah.
That because it
And
shows land. There was land there.
there was more land. There was towers and
All
radio
that land,
towers.
towers, land, and now all that land's missing. How about that?
Mm.
So just something to kind of make your mind go.
I'm like, where were we
Oh,
at?
yeah. Where were we?
We were there. The bakehouse. The bakehouse.
All right. What do we got here? The bakehouse was constructed in 1900 to 1901 at a cost of $1,557. and had 619 square feet of floor space. This 3-room frame building had a slate roof, one wash sink, and supplied all the baked goods for the fort.
Mm-mm.
All of them.
Mm-mm.
All the baked goods.
No, 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 no,
Hmm.
no. 619 square foot is a walk-in closet. It's like a decent sized bathroom. How people live today compared to what they're saying in the yesteryears. I'm like, no, 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 no. This 600 and that whole thing was a kitchen basically, doing all the baked goods, and you got one chimney sticking out. Mm, no way. It's quite a view. Just let you soak it in. That is a lovely view. It's really nice to stand on there. The beach, pretty much. Put your toes in the water, booty in the sand, just soak it in. Off in the distance, you can see the Skyway Bridge. You can also see some dark spots in the water. This is part of the ruins of the fort. And I have yet to find decent pictures from before of uh, what the fort looked like along the shoreline. There's no placard to even tell you what this was.
This tower is very interesting, everybody. And the reason why is because obviously it's very close to the coastline right there. And when you look at the top, I want to say at least the top probably, 6 feet, you could see, yeah, you could see the indents. There was absolutely something there circling that tower.
I have more pictures
Obviously,
on
what it
my
is,
video.
there's no placard, there's no nothing to
No,
tell you what was
there is
sitting on
a
top of that. But there was something
outline
there.
of a foundation sitting over there. I have to find the other pictures. So here's the outline, drawing, rendering of the map. But this is the only part you can walk around and see everything, because this is the existing parking lot that used to just be trees and some sand. This is the beach. And the only thing where these numbers are, these buildings, you might see the stacked red bricks. But even over here to say that's where 13, I think, is where that chimney looking thing was. It's a sewer system. If that's pretty much the spot where that chimney was. I'm like, the sewer system? Makes a lot of sense, right? Ordnance store, wagon shed, stable, oil house, water tank, pump house. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. That's where the bathrooms are. Where the parking lot is. Okay, where I'm standing to take this picture, right behind me is the parking lot. I'm basically standing where between the T and the R, and this sidewalk wraps around. Oh no, 1 and 2 is where the bathroom is. Literally, the parking lot is covering. It's like
Yes, it,
pay paradise and put up a parking lot. And also hide the truth of a lot of
yeah.
shit. Just put up a damn parking lot. A parking lot. A parking lot. Freaking parking lot.
Which we will get into next week once again when we do our tunnels in Ybor City deep dive. There's, yeah, lots of cover ups using parking lots.
Parking lots. 12-inch Seacoast motors. Well, bam, well, bam. Your ears are gonna bleed. This place has an acoustic echo, resonating sound like there's no way. And
I
they're
tell
aiming
you
them
what,
high.
yeah, okay, so the acoustic sounds that we pointed out earlier, if you have four of those bad boys next to each other with the walls going around it, the concussiveness for
Yeah,
your ears. Oh my gosh,
your
there's
head's gonna
no way.
explode.
It's just
Not even close. But yeah, if you think
I mean,
fireworks are loud, if you've ever heard the echoing
wow.
of a firework, even in a wide, I would say, cannon area, there's an echo of that concussion. Like, this is a tight, small area, even standing where the guns are, it just carries your voice. The scuffing of your shoes, everything is just. I don't know if you wanted to read this.
Uh no, not really.
Okay.
They can go back and
They sat there long enough.
because uh like I said, we still got the Roosevelt stuff that I definitely want to get into.
All right, there's a few pictures of the fort from the road that runs a one way in and one way out, basically. To say this is what it looks like from the road, you can get a better idea. The set of stairs is over here to climb up and walk on the sidewalk. The sidewalk, I call it a sidewalk, the pathway attaches to this, but this is all closed off because of safety reasons, I'm sure. Palm trees. So there was the train tracks, I call them the narrow gauge tracks. They would have basically been right where the trees are, and along with where the sidewalk is. It's all just, say, courtyard. Grass, trees, sidewalk. And from this angle, there's the one, it's on a display because they're not in the older photos. One of the guns is sitting this way, aimed more inland, and the two other main platforms for the guns, two of them, 2 out of 4. They said there used to be 8, now it's down to 4 that sit on display pretty much. Lots of vegetation. Things have definitely overgrown and just keep growing up on the mound covering the fort. That radio tower is actually in the water. Look how beautiful that view is. Do you think you're in Beverly Hills going to Rodeo Drive? Or are you in Florida going to a historic Star Fort? Like, just a line of palm trees, and all of a sudden you're relocated yet again.
Yeah, Florida really is its own oasis.
So it's definitely camouflage. But even these trees, they're young. These are young trees. The thickness of the trunk and the kind of trees that they are is like they're recently planted and placed there in like the last 20 years, if that. Okay, we're approaching the parking lot where they covered up the sewer system and the where the water pump station used to be, apparently. So these walls are, what did it say, 16 or 12 feet thick, 8 feet thick, and the ceiling is 5 feet thick.
I think 6. There's 6, right? It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. So this is a ventilation chimney pipe, whatever you want to call it. This is all grown in vegetation. This is the ramp. Like I said, in 2013, this was not there. And so, yeah, 10 years? Whenever they could have put it in the following year. It's been there a while, but not that long to say they change things all the time. And it's a lot easier to walk this way instead of the stairs. And here's the front of all that vegetation. It wasn't there before. They keep it trimmed, but that one picture was from 49, 47.
Yeah, I think it was 47.
But most of the vegetation around here is protected and you cannot walk through it. This is the museum. It's so party. And pretty much from the museum, looking into the water, that's your view. So pretty. Make it sound like it was so torturous back then. And there's your handy helper private eye. Your personal tour guide through the little museum.
Ooh, does anybody know what that is? Anybody?
It's a big paperweight.
Anybody know what that's for? Does anybody know where that was used?
What if it? What who? God, I can't even get my thought right. You mean what? Who? Was it in a ship or a plane? I can't even get my thoughts. Is that what you're trying to ask?
These
Because
came
that's what
out
our
of the B-12 bombers.
kids were asking when we were there.
Yes. These were part of the bombs that apparently came out of the Doolittle raid. The flying fortresses.
We're just
They
gonna
were
jump
here training right here in Fort Soto.
Sorry. So my photos are in
Yep, the
great order.
B-12 bomber. That's right, Morgan.
So this is the corner, and it really is like the corner, the peak of Mullet Key, where part of the fort structure was on. This is the recent Army Corps of Engineers buffer wall, seawall, you want to call it that. And you can see the chimney type thing, whether it's attached to the sewer system that doesn't exist anymore. And that's Egmont Key, and you can see the little whatever sticking out. It's the lighthouse on
Yep.
Egmont Key.
Now, we haven't been out there yet, but we definitely plan on doing some boots on the ground out there as well. Like we mentioned earlier, there's a ferry to get out there, so uh, we will get out
Fun-filled
there and
family adventure,
we
just
will
awaiting
bring
for
you
us.
that material.
It probably won't be
Whenever
until
we get out there.
June.
Yeah, it'll take us a little time. There's a lot going on, like everyone else, right?
Here's some of the ruins from the old fort. This is the new, I won't call it the new fort structure. And it lines up, it's so funny, it lines up really well with the Skyway Bridge. And the Skyway Bridge is a major artery to connect across, this is the mouth into Tampa Bay, off from the Gulf into Tampa Bay.
Now, the reason why they had to build the Skyway so high is for the massive Carnival cruise liners. They had to build it really tall because there was some really big boats that needed to get through the Tampa Bay
Some of them are like
waters.
17 stories tall. And they have signs posted pretty much everywhere. There's no swimming. Please don't swim. Caution, no swim, because
That current will just
I'm gonna call it riptide, and the undertow will suck
yep.
you out. There, you can almost feel it if you walk in with your feet and your ankles. You can feel, even though the waves crash up on shore, you can feel it pulling out. It's way like stronger as it pulls back into, out to, into, something like that. This was the most interesting part when we walked up here, was this squared looking red brick shape object.
We found the red
Oh, that was a
bricks.
very big close up. But the tides on the Gulf Coast, in the Gulf of Mexico, the tides are not the same when it's high tide and low tide. It fluctuates as the Atlantic side of, typically it's the same pattern of high tide and low tide. If it's 6 feet high tide, every time it's 6 feet high tide. There's a pattern verbiage, I can't remember offhand, but I looked into it months ago. In the Gulf, it has pretty much, I want to say alternating, but no, variations of high tide and low tide. And it's typically every 12 and a half hours, from high point of high tide to the, I want to say high point of low tide. And that makes a big difference of seeing some of this or not seeing it. And we are here when it's pretty much high tide, and it's after the high point of high tide. So it's actually, it takes another like 8 hours to fully get to low tide, midpoint of low tide. I think that's how I want to say it, where more of all of this would be exposed. But the sight of it to see while walking around here
Well,
is
that crumbled.
what crumbled.
The red brick.
Oh, well, waves bashing into it. You think it would even be like that well put together still. It's been a couple decades. They don't make things like they used to. I forgot my thought. It was something or other. It was something. There's something. I'll just click through the pictures. This is just the ruins, what's left that you can see, whether it's low tide more so than high tide. And because it's about every 12 and a half hours, every day that goes by, high tide shifts. I want to say shifts to then basically I want to say the next hour or two. If it was high tide at 1 p.m., the next day it's like about 2:30, and then the next day it's like 3:34, and then the next day. So there's a cycle to it. It's not always going to be high tide at 1 every day. It's like, oh man, it probably does match up with the moon cycles, but I haven't really looked into it too much to say. That just popped in my head. I have to look into that now. Not right this second, but I'll look into that. Because high tide is sometimes 1 in the morning instead of 1 in the afternoon. But it cycles through probably like the moon phases. Damn it, I gotta look into that now. I've probably heard that before, but it doesn't register to put the pieces together until you sit here and you're looking at something and you start talking about something and you're like, bam, I put the pieces together. Sorta. I mentioned some pieces and now I gotta go look into it. But aside from anything else, I mean, just being in Florida and being on the beach is just, it's just a happy place. It is a freaking happy place. It's an added bonus that there's mysteries of anomalies and questions everywhere, I guess. Otherwise you just say, it's a rock, it fell apart. Just put your toes in the water and derriere in the sand and take a mental break for sure. Now I will note and add that I video record everything. I go back on my phone, and I have a stylus with my phone this time, makes it a hell of a lot easier. I will go back through the video I took on pause, and I'm able to skim through it, and there's a button that I can hit, and it'll screen grab whatever from the video, so that I'm not standing there trying to constantly focus or aim to take a picture. That is, I'm not sure what that is. That is a sea creature. I barely caught it in the video, and I screen grabbed it. I'm like, that's not a dolphin. I have to watch the video later. I'm not sure what that is. It almost looks like a gator. All of a sudden I caught it at the corner of my video, and I'm like, it bobs up and then it goes down and I don't see it anymore. But I did not notice it while I was recording because I was actually trying to see the land across the way. But there's so much to look at sometimes. But even the sun reflecting on the water, it's hard to catch things and pay attention to things. But there's a fishing pier around the corner. It's a big fishing pier. We walked on it, and there was a dolphin swimming around. It was pretty cool to see. It's always cool to see. I think we went swimming, one of the beaches we went swimming to last summer. Um, I don't remember which one, but a dolphin popped up like 20, 30 feet away.
Yeah, that down here you don't actually have to pay to swim with dolphins. You really don't. All you gotta do is come over here to the Fort DeSoto side, just hop into the water,
It's the
maybe go
Gulf,
out a little bit,
Gulf
and
of Mexico.
you'll probably see a dolphin just floating around there with you. It's pretty
My
cool.
mouth doesn't really want to work. So a lot of the ruins, I've yet to see what the structure on this, I call it the corner, the peak of it looked like. The only thing that they show is the structure that's still standing. The structure parts that's still standing on Egmont Key is a lot more intact, and half of the island is damn near missing. And then they turn half of what was left of the island into a bird sanctuary. So I believe when I was looking at one of the maps, there's a part of the fort that you are not allowed to go look at because it's in the bird sanctuary part of the island. And I'm like, you sneaky, cheeky little bastards. But a lot of this is that coquina mix of seashells, sand, that they say the fort, I think it's Fort Marco or St. Marco, something in St. Augustine. Parts of the structure have the coquina mixture in it.
So Edna Bell is saying that that part of the ruins almost looks like like a walkway, walking path.
Right? It's really interesting because there's like four different types of, I'll call it material going on, and they're different shapes and structures. So I'm like, it's really crazy. So this on the beach, you can see this is like low tide compared to how high it can get. It doesn't get like that high every time it's high tide. It changes. But that's erosion of the waves, beating at the sand and the shoreline. But these are big chunks that also, because they're the ruins and they just left them there, it helps from the shoreline changing too much from the waves beating at it. But even this dark shadow looking area right here is part of the fort. It's just up to your waistline, past your butt, to probably get to it. Plus the waves hit really hard, and the suck zone of being the currents. Because even if it's knee high, you can slip as shifting sands. You can slip, you can fall. Especially around the ruins, there's like, I would say, sloped divot areas that the water just pulls and pulls. That also made me think, because the water is pulling and the sands are shifting, how the ruins haven't sunk down even further and just kind of disappeared more. Been sitting here for a couple decades. But yeah, that erosion when the waves beat up on the sand, that was pretty cool looking. To go, that's a good example of, I go, put that like pillar stump in to make sure that bench doesn't go anywhere, and you can sit and swing your feet. This was actually the only way for us to safely get down from here is to use this like a ledge to hold onto and then walk down sideways because shifting sands is slippery. Um, the sand soft gives out under your feet. I'd say that was like a 3 foot drop. At least 2 feet, 2.5, but just depends on like where you're standing because some of that's like just damn near 3 feet. No swimming, dangerous currents.
Yes, they do let you know. You could be swept up, pulled out, and hopefully you're a darn good swimmer. That's all I can say. But that's just that side. If you walk around to the other side, there is
The other
plenty of
side of the
swimming.
pier,
Yeah, there's plenty of swimming on the other side of the pier.
pretty much where the battery ruins, the bigger chunks of the ruins are, you can swim around that and a little safer. This is the quartermaster construction cost. So this is a blueprint. It looks like it's supposed to be a blueprint of something.
I'm trying to read that top part. The quartermaster wharf construction cost was 3,400, made of pine and palmetto, and was completed 1899. Since there were no bridges or roads to the fort, supplies came by ship and docked at the wharf. Okay, so that's the
A wharf. I've never heard it called a wharf. Just makes me think of Star
yeah,
Trek.
that's I know. I'm
Wharf.
thinking of Worf from
Wharf from
Star
Star
Trek.
Trek.
I'm like, what the heck?
Is that the side view of the wharf foundation in the background? Quarter wharf. Okay, so this is the wharf. Photo was taken in 1905. Sure it was. And it's very weathered. Ready to look at this one? No? I think this is different. This is different. The guardhouse was built in 1900, 1901. Could hold up to 6 prisoners.
Yes.
You see how close this is to the beach? Like this is the one of the best locations. The closer you are to the water, like I know I'm talking about today, the closer you are to the water, the fresher the air, the more breeze. The like that talk about listening to the waves at night and just falling asleep like a baby. Like I think I'd rather be a prisoner. The frame building had a slate and tin roof, 5 rooms, 2 urinals, 2 wash basins, 2 water closets. The photograph was taken 3 years after it was built.
Well, that don't seem like too bad of a place to be a prisoner.
Mhm. Like this is how close. This is where we were standing, reading this, looking at the platform, lift pillars, whatever, and then the turn, and then there's the beach. It's a pretty damn good view. I'm like, yeah. I think we're going backwards. Yeah, we're going backwards. As I was taking the screen grabs from the picture, from the videos of to grab pictures to look at different things. walking around. Whoa, that's a 2-story something quarters Fort
There
DeSoto.
were
2-story house was like 16 or 1800 square feet frame building. There were 5 rooms and plumbing. I have such a hard time to say you couldn't build a bridge and roads, but you put in some plumbing. Plumbing. I don't think they know what the plumbing of today compared to plumbing of yesterday. Yesterday's plumbing was not plumbing. Usually it was uh I spent half my life in a cabin. We had a pea pot that you did your business in, and then you had to take that bucket and go throw it in a hole in the middle of the woods and then throw some earth on it and some other leaves and help it not stink and decompose and just. And you want to say how many men were on this island? And you have plumbing? You say plumbing like a septic tank. You dug a hole and everything
yeah, it was over 100.
like
Obviously,
152 men at one
it
point.
was up there. That's
They must have ate like once a day and never really went to the bathroom. Because the way we live now is still they're telling us it's not how they lived back then. How we eat and drink is not the same, although they wanted beer and light wine if you behaved. Here's the original sidewalk, they say. This is a Coquina Foundation.
that is
No information.
just coquina right there.
There is
That
no information aside from so and so's house, and it cost this much, but the picture was taken 3 years after it was built. This is really thick.
yeah, there was no narrative to
This is very thick. It's a very thick
this.
platform. To say, is this the house that had like a basement, but it was a half basement in, so it wasn't like it was 6 feet down. It was like 3 feet down, and then they platformed the house up to make it 5 to 6 feet. It's a small little stage of platform just sitting there with no extra information. It's like they really don't know what's going on, or they know what's going on, but they're not going to share the information. It's privileged information. There were no snakes that I found in there. Otherwise, you would see me I would take a picture, a selfie with a snake, because I can handle snakes. As long as they're not venomous, I'll handle snakes.
Yes, Jer Duncan. Shells embedded in the concrete mix. That is called a coquina mix. It is a specific mix. If you look up St. Augustine Fort,
I think it's
the
Saint
whole
Marco.
fort was built out of coquina mix because, or should I say, they found out that it would absorb any type of cannonball fire. Like if a cannonball would hit coquina mix, it would actually absorb it and it wouldn't like obliterate it or shrapnel like a regular stone or brick would. So
Yeah, it would maybe give it a little indent, but it was repairable. It was sturdier. It just the storyline of it is just something else. So there's no marker to say what this is, but obviously if it's got a barricade of a fence around it for safety reasons. Say it's a well. There's water in it. You can see it's really clear. It's just the angle of the sun and the shadow, but I could see the bottom of what appeared to be the bottom of it. It wasn't really deep. If they've modified it, who knows? Because they don't share information, and it is trickling out into this little serene, tranquil little garden area. Here is the water tank, elevated 75 feet, made of cypress with a shingled roof. Capacity of 60,000 gallons.
60,000 gallons.
The trestle is made of Florida pine, and the foundation was made of concrete. I don't see a foundation. Must be behind the tall grass. The photo was taken in 1905. To the left, to the right, there's other, whatever. Here's the follow the red brick road.
This is the original road, apparently.
Well,
The original,
it might be
yeah.
the original brick because, modern shit interrupts a lot. I think they are. It's easy to actually pick like just shift these bricks around. There's a lot of areas throughout Florida, say Tampa, Ybor. We were just driving by one today. Where were we driving? Bradenton?
Uh, yeah.
Yeah, no,
Bradenton,
it
Ellen.
was shit. I can't remember. I'm looking out the window and it looks like a back alley, but it's not. And no, it was in Palmetto. It was the other day. I'm looking and I'm pointing, and you look at me pointing, and I can't put the words out of saying, "Hey, that road is red bricked, and it goes up. There's a building over there."
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just
Yeah.
like,
That
okay,
was
I'm
Palmetto
just
over there.
tired or whatever. It was yesterday. I'm just like, we'll just have to check that out some
Yeah.
other time.
We'll have to stick a pin in that, too.
Yeah, because seems like we've been all over Palmetto, and I had yet to see a red brick road that wasn't in a back alley, the small area that I had seen last summer. This was more of a road. It went to this building. I don't have to look at it again. Fort DeSoto, Quartermaster, Storehouse, Museum, a reconstruction of the Army Quartermaster Storehouse. Like, how many times can we repeat ourselves? Do you believe me yet? In the early 1900s, the building was used for this, that, and the other thing, but no pictures were taken until 1905. And then by 1910, we rearranged everything. Do you believe me? I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't. I have a hard time. I have such a hard time.
I'll just read the bottom. Fort
Sure.
DeSoto Park employees constructed this building as closely as possible to the
Uh-huh.
original. The interior furnishings and exhibits were made possible by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners and the Friends of Fort DeSoto Incorporated. Go figure. Through a grant from the Historical Museum's Grants in Aid program, with assistance provided by the Bureau of Historical Museums Division of Historical Resources, Florida Department of State, Secretary of State. How many hashtags do you need in there?
Like alphabet soup galore.
Oh my goodness. But yes, that's inside is where a lot of the information is.
I don't take too many selfies.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere.
I take more. I need to take more selfies.
Here we go. This is the stuff I was waiting to get
Getting
to.
back to some of the stuff in the museum. To say
Okay.
for such a small little museum, lots of blah 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 blah.
All right. Who's ready for wind up number 2? All
Any
right.
coffee.
Here. Okay. Here we go. At work, at play, at the fort. In June 1910, the Fort de Soto garrison, the 39th Company, was transferred to Fort Morgan, Alabama, and the fort became an inactive sub-post of Fort Dade, with a caretaker detachment in charge until 1914. In July 1913, the Secretary of Agriculture requested permission from the Secretary of War to house the warden for the Tampa Bay group of bird sanctuaries in one of the buildings at Fort DeSoto. In early 1917, a detail of officers and privates was ordered to dismantle 4 mortars and prepare them for shipment. Well, go figure, right? And on August 31st, 1921, Fort Dade was deactivated, and all personnel except an 18-man caretaking detachment were transferred to Key West. I can't move nothing. Oh my goodness. Alrighty, here we go. Sorry about that, folks. Alright, on May 25th, 1923, both Fort Dade and Fort DeSoto were closed out and abandoned, with one lone caretaker left at each. The reasons for this decision were expressed in a letter written by the Secretary of War to the Governor of Florida. Written, and I quote, "Modern developments in armament required considerable modifications in our coast defense plans, and the defense of much of our coastline can be better accomplished by utilizing mobile artillery instead of fixed armament. The maintenance of Fort Dade and DeSoto is now not essential to the coast defense, and sufficient mobile artillery is available to protect Tampa." So yes, I made sure I read that slowly and so it would be clear and decisive because wow. Also, in November 1938, after unsuccessful attempts were made to sell the reservations to state, county, or municipal authorities, the War Department issued a permit for all islands except Mullet Key to be used as a bird refuge. Now we have someone firing the 12-inch mortar. The blast in the gun pit is so great that it has carried away the hat of the man who pulled the lanyard. Oh, I'm sure it did more than that because, again, the concussiveness. Oh my goodness. You saw earlier the acoustics, the echo of just kids walking by is crazy. And you're going to put how many pounds of gunpowder in there and go kaboom? That's Oh dear. Alrighty. The target. Wait, what? Oh, look at that. We found the little floating pyramid. The target is then pulled out into the Gulf waters by a tugboat. Then the skilled firing crew is back in the battery, preparing to aim and hit said target. The Secretary of War authorized only a small number of regular forces to be stationed at the fort because manning the coastal defenses was constitutional militia work. In which state forces would supplement the regular troops should invasion threaten. The enforcement of this decision mandated joint maneuvers with members of both the Florida State Troops and the National Guard of Florida. These joint Army, militia, coast defense exercises were conducted in October of 1907, May of 1908, and October of 1909. Huh. I don't think we. Nope, we didn't read this. 1906, all 29 buildings were completed at a cost of just over $120,000, excluding the cost of water and sewage systems. Even before construction was completed, inspectors commented that some of the buildings were located too close to the shoreline next to the main channel. In 1913, a revocable license was granted by the Department of Agriculture for the temporary occupation of vacant quarters. This was to be used by Asa N. Pillsbury, warden of the National Bird Reservations in Tampa Bay. In 1914, Winfield S. Whitehurst was granted a 5-year lease for a parcel of ground for 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet on Hospital Key, known today as Madeline Key, for residence purposes. Fort Dade was deactivated in 1921 on May 25, 1923. Both Tampa Bay forts were abandoned except for a caretaker at each location. Wow. Yeah, you could see how close they are to the coastline there. I could see why they would be like, hey, some of them buildings are a little bit too close there. The quality of the bread is unusually good. Inspection of Fort DeSoto report, February 1905, by the Adjutant General. That's funny. The Quartermaster Storehouse, original building as it appeared circa 1907, built prior to 1905 as the Post Exchange. This building was converted to the Quartermaster Storehouse around 1905. There were plans to construct a 40-foot addition to one end of the building and convert it to a bowling alley. Woohoo! They're gonna go bowling. Plans were drawn and an estimate of $900 for the purchase of a double bowling alley from the Brunswick Bollock Collider Company was submitted. It was decided to maintain the building as a storehouse on April 12, 1909. No bowling alley for you. No fun for you. Equipment of the company is old and shabby from use. Many Baversacks still marked A, First Artillery. Canteen covers show rust spots in many cases. Belts, old pattern, blue web, much worn. An entire new equipment is needed. From the Coast Artillery Corps Inspection Report, February 20th, 1905. Storehouses were found to be in good order, stock being clean and conveniently arranged. No excess stock over reasonable requirements or allowance was on hand, except that there were a quantity of small size, old pattern, russet shoes that were not required. Number 9s were needed in their stead. Inspection of Fort DeSoto Report, June 1909, by Major Quartermaster.
Did we look at this one? I don't remember. It's
Yes.
100 foot with 105. There's 100 foot something building for 105 men. 105 men. I'm thinking 50, but not 105. Yeah, we looked at that. We looked at that. Why is my phone? Did we read that one? After
Yeah,
delays.
you're like,
Okay.
it looks like
Why
you're
is
recycling.
it?
Yeah, I don't know
That's
what happened.
okay. I don't know what happened. We went through it all. I'm like, oh, okay.
Where's
Um,
the Wait, is the Roosevelt stuff in the other folder? Because we do have two folders technically.
I know we do, but I put all of the. There it is. There's the video of it. I'll make sure I
It looks
am.
like
Oh, there we go.
Can you read that or?
Does it go on? There you go. All right, everybody. Time for the good stuff. Theodore Teddy Roosevelt, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, was itching to fight in the war in response to President McKinley's call for 125,000 volunteer troops to fight for America against Spain.
America.
Roosevelt went to see Secretary of War Russell Alger and asked to serve on the field of battle. When offered his own regiment, Roosevelt admitted He had no field military experience and proposed that his friend Leonard Wood be given command. Thus was born the first United States Volunteer Cavalry, the Rough Riders. 1,000 men were selected from over 20,000 volunteers who congregated in San Antonio, Texas for training and outfitting. After just a few weeks, they were ordered to Tampa to prepare for transport to Cuba. The chaos at the loading docks at Port Tampa was such that Roosevelt had to forcibly take over the steamer Yucatan to get his troops aboard. There was room for only about half of Roosevelt's troops on the ship, but his two horses, Little Texas and Rain in the Face, were taken aboard.
Mm. This is a photo of the Rough Riders in front of the Tampa Bay Hotel. The Tampa Bay
Yes.
Hotel. This is the backside of it. This is not the front of it. This is the backside of it. Um, the Tampa Bay Hotel is a building that looks like a mosque. These dome-like things, they're called minarets. Very, very shiny. Very shiny. Very interesting building.
And we have obviously linked Roosevelt to our Ybor City tunnels, which will be coming up next week. And that's going to be another good one.
Oops.
Because Roosevelt stayed there in Ybor City.
So it's mostly a lot of video walking around the inside of the little
Yeah, there
museum.
was that.
This
I
well
remember that.
is behind the museum. It just walking like 20 feet, it's like in a whole nother area, like a little sanctuary for birds, obviously, but and that thing smelled. It was not pleasant, and that smelled. It was the algae sticking, like just sitting in it.
Oh, I could have swore there was two kind of placards that went together with the
Yeah, because
Roosevelt thing.
there was, but they were like separated. Let me see. I think this is it.
Yeah, there was two placards. Yep, there it is. We got more on the Rough Riders.
Hang on, I think I can pan back up and get closer.
Here we go. Yep, this will work. All right, we're gonna keep going. Not yet. All right, they are getting ready to go.
Oh,
Although lack of adequate shipping meant that much had to be left behind in Tampa, including most of the horses of the Rough Riders, the expedition included almost 100 newspaper reporters and photographers and 30 civilian clerks. Okay. The expedition included almost 100 newspaper reporters and photographers and 30 civilian clerks. Okay. The troops who arrived in Cuba included the 1st Regiment U.S. Volunteer Cavalry, known as the Rough Riders, under the command of Colonel Leonard Wood and his subordinate, Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Teddy Roosevelt, and the 10th Cavalry, an African American Buffalo Soldier unit. So it's definitely very interesting, everything that to learn about as far as Fort DeSoto, the Doolittle Company, the B-12 bombers, Theodore Roosevelt down here. A lot happened in this area that I don't think a lot of people even knew about, because I was kind of shocked seeing all this myself.
I got my coffee.
And JJ got her coffee. All right, we're going to keep rolling. The Spanish-American War was a nightmare for the Army's Quartermaster Corps, with Tampa as the port of an embarkation for the troops and supplies en route to the Cuba campaign. The trains did not have a manifest posted on the outside of each railroad car listing the contents, thus perishable food spoiled in the Florida heat. Well, that was mighty nice of them.
Pickles.
There were so many railroad cars coming into Tampa, the supplies took a long time to be unloaded and sorted.
What kind of storyline is this? Oh my gosh. These people had no idea what they were doing.
And there's your train line.
How did you not die?
Now remember, Henry Plant is the one who put these train lines down on the Gulf side. This is the Tampa Harbor with the steamer Yucatan. Henry Plant's Orange Belt Railway in Plantsport, Tampa Inn, as I mentioned. It was June 14th. After a full week of broiling beneath the Florida sun, as the transports swing at anchor in the fetid waters of the channel, the invasion fleet was forming off Quarantine Station at the entrance to Tampa Bay. Some 48 transporters assembled in 3 columns, escorted by warships from the North Atlantic Squadron. We swung around and found ourselves part the long column of ships. We were off. The invasion of Cuba had begun. Behind us was everything familiar and routine. No one could know what tomorrow would bring forth. The dice would be thrown, but we could not throw them. We were a fragment of destiny.
The heck? Sounds like Shakespeare class.
1898, July 1st. Spanish-American battles were fought simultaneously in Cuba and the Philippines. It was an incredible coincidence that the first American troops went ashore in the Philippines on the same day as their brothers in arms won the decisive battle of San Juan Hill in Cuba. only 4 states, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, and Idaho, permitted women to vote.
That was just a jump of information from like, we're going to war. We have the right to vote. This is like, what am I listening to?
Oh, I can read that.
Oh, hang on.
Good, good. Yeah.
Good, good.
Port, Tampa, Florida, May 28th, 1898. 25,000 soldiers living in tragic suspense by day and sleeping on their arms by night. 2,000 wives, sweethearts, daughters, mothers,
What the?
laughing when they would like to cry.
Uh,
300 correspondents with everything written up and nothing else to write. Overall, tragic suspense. This is life at Tampa. In a field of sand by the railroad track, about
Women are
half a
restless.
mile from the inn, one of Henry B. Plant's hotels, which, by the way, is on the pier. 2 are encamped cavalry and artillery, with nothing to shelter them from the broiling sun.
Oh my god.
The only mitigating feature is the breeze, which comes in from the waters.
The broiling sun. If you knew it was broiling, how did you even get through constructing any building? Even a little 600 square foot shack. I was like, you laid brick by brick.
Mark
Well,
and Drew in the chat, they're like, "What the hell are we hearing? This is
I know.
what kind of."
This is why it was even hard to walk through this area. It was hard to like, I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to record. I'll look at it later. I never looked at it later. I could stand looking at most of it and reading any of it because I'm like, this is
Oh, here we
just
go.
BS. There's so much BS. And my brain's like, your
I,
IQ is
I
lower.
love how it starts. It has been
Mm-hmm.
a splendid little war,
Oh my
begun
God.
with the highest
Seriously.
motives, carried on with magnificent intelligence and spirit, favored by that fortune which loves the brave. July 1898 by John Milton Hay, U.S. Secretary of State.
Like you should cross out the word war and put in baseball game. It has been a splendid little baseball game. The highest of motivated, carried with the magnificent intelligence of throwing a ball and hitting it with a bat, running the base. A splendid little war. Oh, the
Oh, what else
narrative.
do we got? I think we got a little bit on here. Okay. The Spanish American War, which lasted only from April until December of 1898, became known in history as America's most popular war.
What?
This war united the northern and southern states after the Civil War and thrust the United States into the role of a major military power. For the
Hmm.
first time ever, the United States was viewed by the rest of the world as an imperialistic nation.
What? Spewage.
Here we go. The
I think that
Spanish
septic
American
system backed
War
up.
had a major impact on the Tampa Bay area and the
Nah.
Pinellas Peninsula. In 1898, the populations of Tampa and St. Petersburg were only a fraction of what they are today. The arrival of 30,000 Army troops for training, outfitting, and embarkation to Cuba changed the character of Tampa Bay area forever.
Forever.
Cuba had been a colony of Spain since Columbus landed on her shores in 1492.
Lies.
Spain's treatment of her colonies was notoriously harsh, and rebellious struggles for freedom and independence by the Cuban people were many.
Oh, I'm sure. That's believable. We're doing that shit today.
No city in America had stronger ties to the plight of the Cuban people than Tampa, Florida. Tampa had established communities of Cuban immigrants, many of whom had fled from their homeland to escape Spanish tyranny. Even before the outbreak of the Spanish American War, arms, personnel, and money were being sent to the rebel insurgents in Cuba.
Insurgents like Star Wars. Troops loading the transport at Port Tampa Dock. I'm sorry, that doesn't look like troops. Is that troops? Is that just workmen? I don't know. Oh man. A company of the Cuban Army. My
Pinar
camera.
del Rio, Cuba. Courtesy of the Library of Congress.
Mm-hmm. The 71st New York Volunteers boarding the transport.
The transport Vigilance at Port Tampa. The war with Spain was something Americans were scrambling to get into. Men were afraid they would be left behind, or that they would get to Cuba too late to see the action. Some regiments actually fought on the wharfs in Tampa Bay. Those with the hardest knuckles went up the gangways and claimed the transport ship.
Gangways. Quote from recruiting volunteers. Yep, making it up as they go along for sure, Drew. Absolutely. True speaker in Oz. Yes, wars are so popular, don't you know? We just love them. It's like a basketball team or a baseball team. Like, we just love them.
This is a government transport being loaded with water at St. Petersburg for General Shafter's army during the war. They're getting shafted, all right.
Shafting the water.
They are getting shafted.
The riverboat.
By 1897, after numerous uprisings and armed revolts in Cuba, the sympathies of the American people had been aroused. And in January 1898, after a serious riot in Havana, the U.S. sent the warship USS Maine to protect Americans living in Cuba.
Really?
Spain resented this interference and made efforts to stir up Cuban feelings against the United States. Then on February 15th, 1898, the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor, and the Spanish-American War had begun. The war, however, was not officially declared until 2 months later.
That only lasted for 4 more months. That's what it said in the other paragraph.
Ooh, we have a pyramid, folks. It must be important. In 1898, the first Food and Drug Act was passed due to public outcry against the meat supplied for the U.S. troops fighting in the Spanish American War.
Mm-hmm.
Pepsi Cola was first invented by Caleb Branham in his pharmacy in North Carolina. Marie Curie discovered the elements polonium and radium and coined the term radioactivity.
It's Mary Curie.
It's
It's
Mary Curie.
it's Mercury. If you say it right, it's Mary Curie. It's Mercury.
Mary Curie, Mercury.
Remember watching that video months ago? How they broke down like the names to what she discovered and dealing with other things. Mary Curie is Mercury.
Ooh, here we go. When President William McKinley and Congress declared war on Spain, Tampa had already been selected as the embarkation point for the American troops, as it was the nearest city to Cuba with a deep water port and railroad facilities. The use of Tampa as a point of embarkation for the troops was strongly lobbied for by railroad, steamship, and hotel tycoon Henry B. Plant. Plant then capitalized on his lobbying success by what? Charging those fees on his rail line for the transportation of those said troops and supplies to Tampa, and by housing the military officers there in turrages and the curious public in his Tampa Bay hotel.
Now a
The
university.
University of Tampa.
Look at all them railroad tracks and steamliners. Yep, he knew how to make some money. He never lived in Florida, never lived in Tampa. He's a northern Connecticut boy. Was it Connecticut? I believe it was Connecticut.
Yeah, I believe it was Connecticut.
Who had some money just lying around.
Alrighty. It was the first war in which newspaper journalism played an active role. The press not only reviewed and reported, it also encouraged and supported U.S. participation and also waged a provocative journalistic campaign. Sensational but true stories of starvation and disease, concentration camps, and Spanish atrocities in Cuba resulted in demands by the American public for the government to provide military aid and intervention to the Cuban rebels seeking independence.
Sensational.
How lovely.
How sensational. That's just wow.
Wasn't that sensational?
Sensational. Let me go to your whoops. Close that up. Your folder. There it is. Here's a better video of the chimney tower.
I don't think there was much in my folder, but yeah, that's the top.
It's
You
just
can see
looking around the
the whole
ruins.
tower is made out of coquina.
This is what called a chimney tower. Apparently, it was part of the sewage system. And that's to give you an idea of how wide it is. She hopped up there
Yeah.
on her own just to like hug it or something. I'm like, okay. Here we go. So there's no marker, there's no explanation. There's two palm trees, and it's in the middle of the palm trees. There is a foundation line. It's a small little like square-ish shape, and this is in the inside the corner of it. This isn't like a chimney because there's nothing on the outside exterior. It's like it must go into the ground. It must do something. There's nothing going on with this thing. There's no marker, no plaque, description, anything.
Yeah, whatever was on top of that, they're definitely not letting anybody know. That's for
Or
certain.
whatever was attached to it.
Yeah.
There was, I think it's right here. There was some, I call them teenagers. But yeah, this is walking up to this chimney looking structure. And it stands out like the lighthouse across the way on Egmont Key. So this is the new structure that hugs the corner point of Fort DeSoto that the Army Corps of Engineers built. And just a great view. It's a wonderful, fabulous view. There's I call them platform support beams, or I don't know what to call them. Pretty much everywhere. I'm like, you could easily just throw 6 or 8, 12 down and say a house was here, a house was here. Put a little placard and say a house was here. The teenagers are climbing in this thing, or climbing up and looking down in this thing that to me would kind of resemble a septic tank, but we didn't walk over there because we were getting really warm and distracted by that, thing over there. I'm like, which thing looks more interesting? Everything's an anomaly, so everything is interesting. Pretty much walking up to this thing in the water, swimming around. This is a battery. They call it a battery. It would have been a platform that had a gun. One of those big
That's the Bigelow battery, I believe.
Bigelow battery, big kablow,
Yep.
kablow. Out in the water, like out. It was a platform apparently with erosion. They blamed erosion. You don't think that they were using it as like target practice? Big kablow, kablow. I keep saying that. Now I'm in the water, walking up to it and around. Now, it was funny. I wasn't going to record them, but it's funny because, like I said, some people will climb on parts of the structure. That's the most interesting part. Over to the left, these two young, hot-looking chicas are having a little mini photo session. I'm like, there's kids on the other side snorkeling and playing around, a little 12-year-old like boy and two sisters or something, and this boy notices these girls because they're not looking cute. They're looking very sassy, very seductive in their slightly revealing bathing suit, mostly the bottoms. But they're taking turns taking photos and pictures of themselves, and I'm staring at the corner of my eye, and I'm like, to me, I'm sitting there going, very interesting to use the fort ruins for, I guess, erotic Semi-ironically. They weren't naked, but they were being very risque. So you're going like, I could probably act like I'm recording this and record them and what they're trying to do. They're like 20 years old looking,
But
two little
but
chicas.
even this is being close up, the foundation and what they're.
This
I,
was
that's not
the
coquina though,
foundation.
is it?
No, there's coquina around it. It's a
Yeah.
mixture, a couple different mixtures. So that had more what looked like coquina, but it's different kinds of mixtures. I don't know what that chunks of the black rock in here are as I'm walking around this thing. I don't know which one I just click on. To me, this terracotta would have been like a drainage system if they were like plumbing water to say there was something available, like yeah, just using it like a plumbing pipe thing. I mean, there's barnacles and is it barnacles? Yeah, I think it's like barnacles covering it because the water line grabbing onto rocks and structure. So you'd be careful not to rub up against it because it's worse than a paper cut. But this whole slab, look at that. This was the platform to walk out. This thing is huge. I think the water is up to my biscuits right here.
Now you did say that the front actually had an entrance to where technically you probably could.
So this is the video I used to make that short, but just to say how I'm 5'9" in the water. The water's up to, where was it at? Just above my the waist, my hips. There, let's say hips. This is a very thick platform. To say that erosion alone caused it to. Yeah, there's a set of stairs. There's actually, it looks like two sets of stairs. Oh, there's one of the chicas. They're wearing like bikinis or two piece. I'll say bikinis. They're not string bikinis. It's more like when they turn around, you can see a lot more than kind of from the front. But even for me, it was a little distracting because I'm walking around trying to take in the ruins of the fort, and then you see like a Pamela Anderson chica over there trying to lean against the structure, and I'm just like, I have no idea what to do with this. Like two different realities colliding here. This is the platform where the gun would have sat on.
Yeah, because that would easily be able to swivel on that.
And that man back there in black is Johnny Cash. Just kidding, that's Joe Cool. The water was so refreshing after we were walking and hanging out and just trying to. Oh, after a while, it just the heat gets to you no matter what. Maybe you sit down and take a break. It's like I said, this is a very friendly, accessible, family-friendly area. I think there was this two platforms. This is the other one that's not sunk in the water like the other one. Just on the other side of this. Look how thick that is. So this is almost upside down. This side is the platform you would walk on, like this piece of pie, slice, whatever. I could probably put my forearm against it and say that's at least, this is a chunk, 2 feet, if not a little bit more. But it's a piece that would fit in between a spot right here. And again, you have to be careful walking along the close to it because the water, you know, the currents. I'm surprised this hasn't sunk down more because it's actually deeper if you get standing right next to it. You have to be very careful. Yeah, these I want to call them black. I can't think straight. They're just like a black rock. They're very smooth, very sharp. They almost look like more barnacles. Or, say it's a chocolate chip cookie with lots of chocolate chips in it. It's just everywhere, everywhere. It's a filler gravel type of. I think I've seen them. You use them in the gardens in some areas. It's just a filler, obviously, to have to use less concrete material, as long as it doesn't compromise the integrity of it, which might have. I wasn't sure what that was, but yeah, I can see it better now that it was a shell. I didn't want to step on it or have it reach out and grab me, which obviously don't do that. But I wore my Crocs the whole time because there was a sign. I didn't show the sign when we pulled in through the booth. It said, "Stingrays are in season. Do the stingray shuffle." As you're in the beach in the water or something like the sand, I'm like, the stingrays are in season.
Yep. You will learn the stingray shuffle because if you get hit by the tail whip of that bar, it freaking hurts for a long time.
But for the most part, let's say the beaches are pretty busy with people. Most of the wildlife stays away, the pretty populated areas. But this is a set of stairs right here. There is another set. I think it's over there. It split and fell apart. It just, oh my god. Cat. The cat almost like fell off the bed and is like grabbing it again. It's freaking out. Okay, he calmed down. But there is seashells in here, and then those black, smooth-ish looking stones and everything going on. Look at that's an even thicker like part of the platform. So I tried walking in here twice and almost fell, like slipped into underneath it because I was going slow and steady. You still just don't know the shifting sands. But it's still really cool. Obviously, like fun adventure, boots on the ground. Be like the ruins and the water, and being able to walk around it. And there was a dolphin that wasn't too far away, over by the fishing pier. I just swear I almost fall. Because I want to get so close to it, and yet, see, that's the platform. It's like literally ready to fall upside down. The smoother area of the concrete with the whatever mixture underneath it. Circular kind of. Definitely so much cooler to be there. So much cooler to be there. I can't even I can describe some of it, obviously, looking at, but even still. If you could ever take a chance or opportunity to go and look and do something, I mean, just field trip it, baby. Field trip it. I like
There we go.
the imprint. This is a doorway.
You should let that picture just kind of sit there for a minute.
That is the top of a doorway because there is um, the same imprint above a doorway on Egmont Key. I want to say, I think I shared the picture earlier, but obviously can't remember everything. But it took me a minute, even while walking up to it, realizing that it was an imprint. It is a certain style of an imprint. And I'm sitting here going, well, that's kind of a giveaway of more than likely who built these things. Because when I look at it, it looks Moorish, as I've been shown some other videos of certain styles. And there's not much else to it. But I'm like, huh, very interesting. But this is supposed to be the top of a door.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how tall into the air that actually went.
That was actually the other set of stairs coming up this way, because the other stairs are over there, and it looked like these stairs, kind of like a V, I guess. Let me turn up the sound. It's enjoyable. The background music is courtesy of the two chicas in their photo session.
I almost wanted to see if I could go under there, but I knew that was a little too tight. I'm like,
Oh,
I better not.
there is some kind. I don't know how big it would be, but because the water is pushing up in there, I can hear this gulp noise, like an air. There's an air pocket of something in there, but I don't know how big it was. And there's a lot of barnacles. I don't think it was zebras. I want to say barnacles that cut yourself on.
Just the background music.
Go snorkeling, and so that's the other side of the platform that is more in the water. That would have had a big gun on it. It's so beautiful. Even in the
Yeah,
ruins, everything is so beautiful.
Edna Bell said you have amazing video and pictures.
Oh, thank you. And there's my selfie. I was there. That was me. That was the whole point of like, I'm here. I did it. Toot my own horn. Um, I've just always enjoyed photography and playing around with it. Videography, photography. I get it from my dad, mostly. So this bag and the little stereo is right here. The girls are on the other side of this block getting down and low. And I couldn't look at them with a straight face. I was just like, what the hell are you doing? And the little boy, oh my gosh, not little boy, but there he is. The 12-year-old is over there telling mom what the girls are doing. And mom's like, well, they're not exposing themselves technically. They're just having a good old time. One of them is standing right there now. Like lean and turn and the tushy all hanging out, and not that lady, but two girls are over here. It's never a dull moment in Florida. You just never know what you're gonna find.
No. It.
Holy crap. I don't even know. Uh, This is kind of funny. We're just looking at the cannons again in selfie mode. We were here. We did it. And there's nothing else to do. Ah. Spinner has hello. It doesn't even echo. They tried to make it echo. They kept screaming louder and louder. Which, honestly, that is actually. Let me play that part. They're screaming louder and louder through this thing, but it hurts your ears because of the design of the structure itself. Let me see if this will. That's funny. That's funny. Hello. Oh my gosh. 12-inch Seacoast
Yep, there it is
mortar
again.
model number 1890. Oh my. And that's nothing. That sound right at the very end that our son does. Oops, I need to do it again. 90. That was a good example, I guess. That's even just like shouting, just do a little hoot and holler, a shout. Standing by that wall and him right behind me next to that. Can you imagine a kabloom, a kapowie, and that's just him. They're just being loud and goofy. And that was still like bouncing off the walls right there, like hitting my eardrums like hard. Something has been dismantled. We must investigate. There should be 4 here. There's circular. Supposed to be 4 here. This piece back here is different. It's new. It wasn't there before, and it is bolted to the cement floor. And we're sitting here going like, so what is it? And we're like, I don't know. There's nothing there to talk about what it is. But it's sitting there, and we're like, something. It's not. No, it goes to this thing. Maybe. Check out the mad guns. What the hell? That noise was because I stepped on a leaf, a certain kind of leaf, but it made a loud crunch noise, and it spooked me. A leaf. You see the leaves all on the ground right there? Like, it's just a freaking leaf. I stepped on it, and it made such a noise that because everything echoes louder than it actually is. It's crazy. There's a leaf.
It's actually in the ground.
This wasn't here before.
I don't know. We'll have to go back through the video to
They
find
definitely,
out. But
freshly painted stuff. I was just staring at it too. Everything's freshly painted. Size it up and down. There's some anomalies everywhere. This is the funny thing. I do not remember these fire hydrants. That sounded loud. And these fire hydrants are everywhere. Yeah. I don't remember the fire hydrants. All of a sudden, there's fire hydrants everywhere. I've never seen them before. So this is our trip last week, basically. I think there's no like echoing. We do some more sneaking. Because it's getting a little darker in there. Standing on the outside and your voice carries. With the seashell mixture in the walls right there. I'm trying to pause it. This is not the same way with the coquina mixture. The way that the one in St. Augustine looks completely different. But like a lot of the seashells just everywhere.
Edna Bell said,
This is a
I
window.
wonder if it shot cement mortar out of the
A
mortars.
window. Echo.
Maybe, really.
Echo. 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 Ooh. It's
Even the really small rooms would carry a tune like.
one room with like how it's designed.
Okay, so part of Michigan that I grew up in the northern woods south of the Mackinac Bridge, but there is Army reserves. The Army plays up there, okay? And some of the areas that they play in are like a cavern of sorts. So, and they do practice dropping bombs and firing shit. If you've ever heard even a firework go off in a alleyway, cavern, valley, something that where at least like 2 to 3 walls of sorts, I can only imagine lobbing off one of those mortars. The sound is going to carry into the building. The ground itself is going to like earthquake. I cannot imagine them actually lobbing one of those things off and nobody wearing headgear, protective ear like they do on most of the ships in the Navy and stuff. I'm like,
It wouldn't be so echoey if it had some supplies in it.
yeah, sure. You know, buffer it up with some boxes. Where is that video? I don't know. It's one of these things.
This is
Yeah.
the bigger one. It
The
used to go
voice.
that way. They rearranged it. Yeah. Standing out here. Standing out here. Face this way. You can still, my voice is still bouncing in there. Echo! Caw-caw! Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha!
Okay, so that was a lady that was like 30 feet away from us, walking towards us, but she was 30 feet away, talking to somebody else about where somebody was. And her voice carried into this room where we're standing.
Ooh. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha! Get distracted by weapons. Cha-cha-cha-cha! Get distracted by weapons.
Yeah, so her voice carried in, and she wasn't even standing next to me, but it sounds like she's standing next to me.
Ooh, the floor is very cool. There's a opening through there. Secret passage. Past the notes. Feels really good on my feet for how cold the concrete is. Like that feels really good. It's a little warmer out here.
The temperature changed. It was funny because it's warm, it's hot, so let's say I'm wearing Crocs, so my feet were a little sweatier than normal. I took them off just to walk, and literally within 10 steps, it goes from like, and you can see the shade, the shadow line. The sun's not even hitting right there, but where I'm standing now is warm, as if the sun was just hitting it. And I walk into like 10 feet, and it's like a 30-degree difference in temperature. It was something else to notice. Using all your senses with caution of be careful where you're walking because there's red ants and other things to watch out for.
Yep, it's already changed temperature. So it's in the shade, even like right here. Where she's standing, it's nice and cool to the feet. Yeah.
Yeah. So, where was I? I don't remember. So I think
This little room. It's just a little room. Literally, it's just a little room. That was a short clip. I asked you to say the line, and then I hit record.
probably the best example in a video to hear the sound again, the sound carrying through the whole structure of the building.
Well, maybe this is the one. Scraping.
That's just the bottom of my shoes, just barely brushing the floor. One of these rooms is supposed to have all of the pictures on the wall, and it looks like it might have been this one because I can see lines and bolts. It might have been this one. There was a room that they shut the door on in the other section. Don't know why. They leave it open like all the time so people can come and go. And there was like a light in there. I can't find the room with the pictures on it anymore, so they're probably updating it. A lot of it is very weathered.
Wow, it's a lot tighter in here. Definitely, it's a lot louder. Squeaky. Kayla goes around. 2 doorways right here go around to that window. This is the opposite. This is mirrored to the opposite side. That's for sure. Okay.
Yeah, the temperature alone to build this structure, if it wasn't mild to colder, cooler year round, there's no way they would have built this with the heat that we have today without men dying left and right of dehydration, delirious time ago, let alone it would have taken them years to build it with the whatever availability of a cooling system, how to regulate your body temperature if they weren't swimming, standing in the shade, or just none of it makes any sense. What am I looking for? Looking for that one. Oh, neither one of us are there. Let me adjust. Oh, that made me ghosty. I don't really remember anything else to share or show. So I was trying to look for maybe that one. Ooh, wait, that might be an interesting picture. Oh, that is kind of a cool picture. Let me just. I went back to that online thing over here. This picture is kind of interesting. If you look at, hopefully it brings up the picture. Fort DeSoto reenactment 1963. This is a picture that would have been hanging in the wall. And then it goes to 2013. What is she wearing? Oh, wow. I can't tell if it's just a skimpier or pretty much the same. Pretty much the same photos. This is the one I was looking for. Ah, well, that doesn't zoom in very well. Just an aerial view of Mullet Key. That's the fort. Oh, look at that. I can't zoom in. Can you see that? It's intact. Look at that.
That's the Bigelow battery right there.
It's intact. It's not even, it's flooded. You can see the square platform, shadow dark. I can't zoom in. You know what? Ah, oh, did it kind of work? I pushed a button. I was trying. There's no bridges. There's so much missing over here. God, that's not even what it looks like. Yeah, they definitely sea dredged and manipulated the land. Crazy. Look at this is the parking lot. And there's a boardwalk. It's actually closer to the beach. They must have, yeah, they move so much shit around. Because this would be, is this the South Beach? The North Beach is up here. Look how flooded it is. Technically, I'm looking at it going, it's flooded. Let me see. Not Shell, I'm looking for just the Fort de Soto. Yep. Let's say that's more of a lagoon with the beach up there. It's definitely reshaped. Look at that, it's so different. That is a big bend, like a hook. And this is a little straightened out. But here is the fort parking lot. I keep wanting to zoom in. There's the fort, but no parking lot. That was weird. That's it. Oh, was I going to say airships? So there's supposed to be houses and structures and red brick sidewalk or red brick road. Yeah, I don't see anything. There's something over here. That's all grown in shrubbery. Parts of the island look so different. Let's see. Grow shrubbery and a road. Unless it was right here. Let me look at it again. Yep. Yep. Just bring in some buckets of sand and you can hide anything. And also a parking lot. It's so crazy and annoying. That was fun. Look at, they're just sitting on the cannon. No worries in the world. Now, kablow. It says kids and mortar. Kids and mortar. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, I see. I can click on it. I love it when the cat stares at something and then you're looking at where they're staring at and there's nothing there. But they're staring as if there was something huge. And he's, what are you looking at? He was slowly moving his head as if something was still like there. And I'm just like, it's been a while since being a cat. Shit! Did you guys can hear that, right?
Yeah.
He just, I don't know what he was lunging at. He just jumped. What are you doing? You tell me there's a Fanazoid sitting over here. I'm gonna, no, I don't have a squirt bottle. There's no Fanazoid. He jumped on the box and the box caved in. Obviously. I'm like, leave it to a cat. Nothing to see here, just a cat. Being crazy. Crazy cat. Alrighty, so that's more of an updated, semi-updated. There's always so much more to see and find and discover, and this, oh, that's a good picture. This is what's on Fort Date. This is more, where the, click on a picture. I just want the picture. Ah! I don't want to sign up for anything. This is Fort de Soto. Oh, look, low tide. Very, very low tide. There we go. Here it is. This picture here is Fort Dade. And if you could see that doorway right there, has the same imprint marking. It's an entranceway. It's top to a doorway, and the entranceway is the imprint marking on the ruins up here on the other side over there. They have the same imprint marking, so you know that it's a doorway, not just a shelf or anything. Yeah, there's a lot more to walk around on the Fort Dade. It's funny. It's on a smaller island that's harder to get to, but there's more sitting there. There's still some ruins, but there's more sitting there. So that is pretty much.
Yeah, I've been looking most of this
Cool and crazy
past 5-10
beans.
minutes trying to find
That's
anything
Jefferson.
for that Battery Bigelow even possibly being together, and
What is that?
just nothing.
Oh, it's that park. Yeah. Oh, here is again. Oh, look at that. Fort DeSoto ghost town. Look at that low to no existent tide. Oh, it's so tiny. Wow. Wow. Look how that's some low tide. I have seen the pattern of low tide going negative, even like a foot. So beach clearing, low tide. That is crazy looking. Look how far back the shoreline is. So when they bitch about, say, oh, it fell apart because of erosion, and I'm just like, I think you guys blew it up. Target practice. Erosion can help, and maybe a hurricane, but the other shit that you can look into to basically debunk stuff is sitting right there going, low tide goes out pretty low sometimes. This shit's just sitting there like they asked Hulk to come up and smash it, make it look like it fell apart because the sand, shifting sands. Be careful, y'all. Shifting
Well,
sands.
as we pointed out, they pretty much wiped out a freaking island, technically.
They
Put
can
a
wipe
big
out a lot of
frickin'
stuff. They can rearrange everything. Here's the imprint of that doorway. Look how much. Look at that. I didn't even get that much doorway. Look at that. That's like a foot. I had like 2 inches. That is some low tide. I need to watch the pattern because I have the chart thing actually. It's Florida tides. It's right here. Zoom in and scroll. I have to hold and scroll and scroll and scroll, and then you can click on it, and it gives you the chart. Now this isn't recent. The last few months, they only show you like a week at a time. All of this being fuzzed out, and the image behind it is not what it's going to be. It's not. This is just a generic fuzzy image behind it. When I was looking up tides last summer to a year ago, I could see the whole month and the next month of them saying, here's the tides. Now, it doesn't pop up with saying, hey, you need to pay for it to get a future forecast or anything, but I wouldn't doubt it. But as of the last 3 or 4 months, they've been only handing out information of like a week. What is today? The 5th? So today's the 5th. And so, yeah, a week at a time. None of this would have been blocked out, and all of a sudden they're blocking it out for the last couple months. And I'm like, shit, what's all that about? Because there's so much anomalies and crazy stuff going on. And you can click on a day. Let's see, tomorrow looks like it says it's supposed to be a full moon too. The high tide, the low tides. You have moon set, moon rise. The time frame. This is 1 a.m. to 1 p.m. So it's not exactly every 12 hours. Somebody I was reading up on it, it's like 12 and a half hours. So, and then here at 8, pretty much 7 to 8 p.m., it's below the zero. So it actually goes into like negative. I think these are by the foot. So even by a few inches, you could get this kind of result walking on a beach and being like, it's a little more than just low tide. It's like so-called negative sea level of high tide and low tide. So much fun crap to research and study, let me tell you. So much fun stuff. One thing leads to another, no joke. And it seems overwhelming and daunting and annoying. And at the same time, all of a sudden you realize I'm pretty freaking smart because you are questioning mainstream narrative stuff. You are also finding patterns that do add up to going, you know what? So far, that is 99% factual. And it is kind of what they teach, but they don't focus on some of the things that they should teach and focus on. Whether it's oversimplifying it or avoiding getting into the details of it, pretty much. So, that's a little bit more of what I also look into. I also had a website called timeanddate.com. I did a video like a month ago on it without talking about it, but timeanddate.com is really cool. It has the sun, the moon, time frames. Sometimes they talk about, well, actually, a lot of times they talk about celestial events. There is a map. It lays the earth out a certain way, and then it shows the pattern of the moon and the sun with the season, because you can play around with skipping like a week or a month at a time, and you will see the sun and the moon doing this thing. And you will pick up on things. You'll see things if you want to kind of play around with looking at it. It kind of helped me understand when I go outside and look up and I'm noticing, and I'm like, yep, that, okay. Oh, I see what they did there. All those kind of wow moments of and whatnot. But I
I
hope we
don't.
covered
I
all
don't
that we
need.
cover.
I don't need the entire screen, but look what I found.
Yeah, that's a lot of sand.
Check this out. Yes, there is a lot of sand. And look how far out the water is.
There's that radio tower too.
So, Battery Bigelow, 1904 to 1920. Battery Bigelow was a reinforced concrete
That
Endicott
one pictures.
period 3-inch coastal gun battery on Fort DeSoto, Florida. Let's see here. Yeah, $13,980. Deactivated in 1920. That's
all photo
it
manipulation.
that's so
It's
much
photo
sand.
manipulation.
That is a lot of sand.
Oh my
But
gosh! To even stand on that part, go back up to that picture. You're standing in the water. This is the part I walked around in the water. It was up to my waist or my hips. Like,
yeah, because the water went all the
so
way up
that's at
here.
least 2 to 3 feet as I walked around.
Yeah, that's why I was like, look how far out the water is.
Yeah, you can have extreme low tide.
Yes, you can. It happens. But for anyone interested, yeah, it gives you the originally built. Gives you your size. It's 15-pounder rapid fire gun mounted on the M1898.
Stupid bug. There's your
Get your schematics on, right?
I was going to say roster.
And of
Well,
course, the U.S. entry into World War I resulted in a widespread removal of large caliber defense gun tubes. Hmm,
why? That makes no sense.
that doesn't make any sense. Why would you remove it?
There's so much I've been reading
That
lately
makes
that's
no
the
sense.
opposite of what I remember being taught or ever reading. There's so much reversal going on. I'm just like,
But what
uh,
caught my eye was remember that piece that was cylinder in
mm,
the rock?
hmm
Look what I found.
that's one of them. That, look at that platform. It's nowhere near as tilted.
Mm-mm.
This is more leveled.
And this was done right here,
2009.
2009.
That's the year of our firstborn. So yeah, sure, shifting sands, let alone they can close down a section of the beach because it's a state or national park. They close things down because they say they're updating and renovating and upkeeping and making sure they're inspecting it to make sure parts of it are safe and or whatever excuse they have laying around. So, all right. I'm
All
so
right.
glad we started so early. I did not expect it to go that long, but Joe Cool was insistent on reading all of the paragraphs that he could find. And I was sitting here going like, that's gonna make it take way longer. But we'll get through it. We did it, and I don't want to do it again.
Yeah. But
We,
I think it was needed though because
it
it
was,
did give a lot of narrative insight as to Doolittle training here,
yeah, it's hard
right?
for me to, like, I'm getting tired, and I know most of the stuff is interesting, but it's just not registering to me right now. Whether it's just because I'm a girl and some things just whatever, but you're reading it and you're interested in it. Morgan was very intrigued and interested in it. So I'm like, I very much hope that it's appealing to whomever can get more out of it than apparently I could get out of it. And I was there walking around, but having a hard time reading the narratives because I know most of it's just, it doesn't add up. So I have a hard time constantly reading another one and reading another one and going, oh, this is so frustrating. But at the same time, it's a mind game to tear it apart, find the pattern, and maybe piece it back together to figure out what was really probably going on. So,
Well,
If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer.
it just way longer. No, we're done. We're wrapping it up. I appreciate everybody coming
all right.
coming out
We're gonna
tonight. Hope you had a good time.
let's do one more round of our brand new shout outs.
Yeah.
Blow them on the lawn. I said, Emilio! What's my name? What's
Got
my
it?
name?
Right.
Duck!
Say hello to my chocolate blend.
Don't mind if I do.
Dunka 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 dunka
Dunkachina!
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Wasn't there another one? Or is it
No.
just the one I did of J Dreamers? Because that's just funny. When you
Oh
hear
yeah.
something and it reminds you of another thing.
Ow, mau mau.
Boom, bop, boom, bop, meow, meow. And then they go on to say, hi ho, silver. Elway. I don't really know. It's been a while, but it still popped in my head, even though I hadn't heard that song in like a long time. So much fun.
Well,
We try to
I
have fun.
guess since it's getting so late in the night and
Nobody wants to play with me.
Nah.
Excuse me, HDS! HDS coming through! Got a package, people!
Oh my.
Aw, he wants to go off-road.
and
Oh my
and
gosh.
for everyone in Florida,
I'm alive. Quit hitting yourself. Quit hitting yourself.
Quit hitting yourself. Holy crap. Okay.
yeah.
Yep, having fun. Trying to have fun. Doing all the fun stuff.
Always.
Make fun of it. That's not what I meant to say. Make
Yeah.
fun of it. Just whew, rolling.
At the end of the day,
It's time to smoke 'em out.
I'm trying to click on it.
Data acquired. Data assessed.
yeah.
You're gonna like leave it on that note.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Shout out to Dustin Berserker Bear. The link is earlier in the video. Excellent guy. Yeah. Go check him out if you don't know about him.
You're not tired.
And I guess we better get going before JJ
Oh.
starts looking like.
To do that? Oh, well, and the chop flew, so I lunged, and then the floor slipped, and then, whoo, you know, and I just flipped, you know? I guess you just kind of had to be there.
Yes, apparently so.
I will always have that problem. Yep. But we did it like a. All right, we're done. We're so done. We could just hit here and play all of the all of the.
Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions.
Don't ask questions. How dare you, Eli?
Freeze! Don't be coming over here with no attitude. This ain't my fault.
Oh. I'm trying to click on it.
This ain't my fault.
Oh, whose was it then?
Well, yours.
What?
You heard me. I'm saying, you know I can't be trusted. You wouldn't have left me here alone. None of this mess would ever happen.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes,
So
all
what we're gonna roll we're gonna roll the brand new outro. That's definitely
We played it
brand
last
new.
week.
So yeah, but it's still technically brand new. If those
It is
didn't
kind of
see
funny.
it. And one more time, massive stream next week. We're gonna deep dive Ybor City tunnels underneath Ybor City. It's gonna be an excellent one. If you think this one was good, next week's gonna be even better. There's a slight possibility that it could get moved back just one day. Possibility.
Well,
We'll
hopefully
see how
not.
it goes. Hopefully not, though. We are really going to try to keep it for Wednesday night. So until then,
Yar.
hope you enjoy the new outro that we made.
I won't show you
It's
all
really fun, and we'll catch you next time.
that.
into outer space to find another race.
Hello, boys! I'm back!
Wow, it's happening.
Don't ask questions.
After you. Oh, no, you first.
When you tell somebody something, it depends on what part of the United States you're standing in as to just how dumb you are.
Grandma, you can't just kick me out.
I can too.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
If you were waiting for the opportune moment, that was it.